to write. Master of the screen, enigma supreme. Oh, pixels obey his twisted dream. Master of the screen, chaos unseen.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. My name is Enigma. I am a variety streamer, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, and YouTube. Hope you're having an absolutely wonderful week. Happy Friday to you. We have made it to the precipice of the weekend. Definitely hope you guys are ready to have a wonderful weekend. Get a couple of days off to relax, rest, hopefully recharge those batteries. But in the meantime, let's get everything started off correctly. We're doing Diablo 4, having some seasonal fun here. I did see as I was logging in that the world boss is about to spawn, so before we go any further, let's go ahead and do that. On the way in, guys, do me a small favor and hit that subscribe or follow button on Twitch, Twitter, and Rumble. Subscription on YouTube would also be great. YouTube growth has been stagnant at best, so I need as much help with that as I can possibly get. It's all free. I'm not asking to spend any money. I'm just asking for the opportunity to grow and get better and continue to improve on my uh, content creation. That's what I'm trying to do. So, Asmodan begins in 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So yeah, now if you want to spend money, of course, you can always check out my merch store. I do have a merch store. Get some, hats, t-shirts, rocks, glasses. Hey there, Grizzled. Good to see you, bud. So far the day's treating me fine. Whiskey, I believe the other day hurt himself, hurt one of his legs, so he's kind of lethargic right now. He does this every couple of months where he'll just get so effing excited that he can't help himself and he hurts himself, and so I'm kind of worried about him, but he's eating and all that. He's normal besides the fact that he's not moving very well. So, but he's 10. That's what happens. But otherwise, I'm fine. Doing fine, bud. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for being here. Always appreciate you. Never take anybody for granted. That's for damn sure. Hmm. Da, 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 da. I do love the fact that it is Friday. Tonight's a bourbon night for me. That'd be nice. But we're going to do some seasonal stuff today through Diablo. We're almost done with a lot of the uh, stuff for the season 8 stuff. Yeah, season 8 stuff's almost done. Just this stuff right here. Wouldn't mind trying to get Mephisto done, but as we saw, he's a little. He beat us when we tried him the first time, so nothing we can do about that. We're getting there. We are. Here we go. Oh, there's a lot of set charms there. We're going to have to. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Still another ancestral, huh? Okay. Boots it is. As far as stuff goes, I don't see why I would do any of those. Don't see why. We do have a couple of caches here. Osmodon's cache should be somewhat small. And we're going to have this one. Oh, I see. I forgot. We forgot to level up yesterday too. So exploit, I think, is the next one they said I needed to use. Yes. Actually, no, it's spirit. Let's exploit. Let's go to where's spirit for critical strikes. Okay, and I need willpower. Intelligence. Well, where the hell is the willpower? It's all intelligence. Hey, Nate Wolf, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, what am I at? 5 or 250? Almost getting there. There's willpower. I'm getting there. I don't see any more willpower here. It's all dex and things like that. Oh, okay. Well, then exploit will be next, which was what we were working on to begin with. How are you doing today, Nate Wolf? Thank you again for your help this month. I do greatly appreciate that. Get to re-roll it all again starting tomorrow. All right, so We have 5 more of these command tables to run, and then we will be able to move on from there. Infernal Hordes is not what we want. We can do Undercity. We're getting very close to Obols. Infernal Hordes, more Obols. Nightmare Dungeon, Undercity. That'll be quick. That will be quick. This is correct. Yes, Undercity. All right, let's see what we got here. Considering how Whiskey's been feeling, he's laying with me right now, so that's a good thing. I gotta get. Yesterday, I left yesterday, and it was the stream yesterday. It was just like, ooh. I was mostly worried about the dog, but I don't know about anybody else. But I've been thinking too much lately again. And I can flat out tell you, imposter syndrome is real. I don't know about anybody else feeling it, but I definitely do. There we go. So yeah, I've got tributes we could be using for Undercity, for mythics and stuff like that. Still doing great story. Rewound a bit. Did I miss anything? Everything's going fine. Oh, except for me not having sound on the stream, which I thought I turned on. There we go. Everything's going fine for the most part. Slept well, finally. I'll be doing better if Whiskey gets his leg healed or whatever his issue is. Otherwise, my dog, I mean. Otherwise, everything's fine. Had a lot of fun doing the Borderlands expansion yesterday. We didn't finish it, but nice thing about Borderlands 4 is you always have the opportunity to do more. So I did see that we have folks planning on boycotting or turning off their PlayStation 5s at the end of August. I can definitely partake in that, especially if I get my copy of freaking Halo at that point. Here we go, do. No, not yet. I hate to. He's a busy guy. I hate to bother him with it. But it does need to be fixed. I should probably look to see if he's even read the message. He is not. But he's a busy guy. He's got a lot in demand. I do need to get that. I need to figure out how to do that kind of shit myself, quite frankly. I have no idea how to make that kind of stuff. Come on, baby. I should probably get a new header at some point, too. Oh, I'm not buying anything digital from Sony at all. They're done. I'll still purchase their physical games, you know, like Wolverine physical, God of War Laufey be physical. I'll still get those and stream those for you guys, but I'm by no means popping my way into supporting Sony. Yeah, I'm not exactly. I'm the same way. Now we gotta do a nightmare dungeon. No problem there. Rapture strong rooms. Raptures are a pain in the ass. Or ruptures, I should say. In fact, it's my opinion that if there's a rumor right now that Microsoft has considered going physical with their stuff, their next generation console. If that's the case, I'll buy an Xbox. But if Sony is listening, you guys are dead. I will continue to get the physical games that I want from you guys, and that will be the last exclusive support I have for you guys. I'm not saying I won't ever buy another PlayStation product. Yeah, Sony is still saying there'll be games available that were already printed, but they're not going to do any new ones. And the news today is their CFO came out and said, "Yep, we're not changing our mind, so don't even bother." Which is going to be their cross to bear. I have no interest in in having them be the my console of choice if that's going to be their methodology. And even when it comes to like some of the smaller games out there that are not, you don't need to have the big greatest hardware for, like He-Man, for instance, I'll get that on the Switch. I won't get that on PlayStation. It's going to depend on reprints, yeah, but Sony still has the patent on it. It still has to go through Sony. That's the whole thing. I'm sure there still will be reprints available of things, but like you'll still be able to get probably, you know, Wolverine and whatnot. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna. They're not gonna be my console of choice anymore. I've made. Since I've started streaming, the PlayStation 5 has been my preferred console to stream on. That's what I'm playing on right now. Those days are coming to an end. Oh yeah. Because Sony prints those discs themselves. That's the whole thing about with the manufacturing part of it. the pressing of the PlayStation Blu-rays is handled by Sony. They send them to Sony to be pressed, and Sony is shutting that part of the business down. And if I were Sony, and you're dead set on this, which apparently they are, I would find a way to make it okay for companies like Limited Run and places like that to press their own discs if they really want to. Wow, the Butcher. We might be ready for Torment 10 now. Seems like we're getting pretty close to it. But with the ultimate irony of everything is they apparently Sony announced they're releasing a turntable, an old school vinyl turntable. They're making one right now that they're going to release. That's the height of irony if I've ever seen it. But it's like I said, though. Yes, it's up to Sony. It's their business model. They can do what they want. But as the consumer, we are not powerless. We also have the power to do what we want, and we don't owe them anything. And that's where the rubber meets the road with a lot of this stuff, is that you've got, for a long time, but they can't guarantee things forever. That's the whole thing. Because there's licensed properties out there that can you buy right now? Can you go on to PlayStation Network or Xbox or Nintendo and buy X-Men Legends? Yeah, they're going to say whatever. They're going to talk out of both sides of their mouths. We have to keep in mind this is the same company that 2 months ago announced that they were removing people's rights for movies they had bought on PlayStation Network due to the licensing running out. So if you bought movies on your PlayStation, you lost access to them. And Sony's like, sorry, not yours. So forgive me, Sony Computer Entertainment of whoever, if I don't believe the fact that you're promising that your digital releases will be available forever. I don't believe you. Not to mention, if you are rumor is one of the PlayStations that they're releasing coming up is going to be the PlayStation 6 is going to be a handheld like the Switch. Let's assume that's true for just a second. When I go on vacation, when in October, Desi and I are going to Branson, Missouri for a couple of days. I take my Nintendo Switch with me. I don't hook it up to the internet of where we're staying. I just take it and put my games in and play them. Don't care about that. If I take my PlayStation 6, if I had a PlayStation 6 handheld and it did the same thing, would I have access to those games with no internet connection? Probably not. Another set charm, huh? You are correct, Grizzled, but there are games out there like the one I'm playing right now. This is not technically an MMO. Yeah, I know. I understand. I understand. And I know how they currently work. The problem is that they can't guarantee that's how things are always going to go. As I just said, if you bought, I don't remember the name of the studio, but if you bought movies from the Nightmare Dungeon, if you bought another a game, ruptures, ugh. If you bought a game or a movie off of PlayStation Network from a certain studio 4 years ago, it could very well be gone now. You've paid for it. You might have watched it once or twice. Doesn't matter. It's gone. And now they had the unmitigated gall to come out and say, "Yeah, that's going to be we're moving towards that." But don't worry, we promise we're not going to do what we just did to a bunch of customers who bought movies off of the PlayStation Network service. Yeah, policies could change. You could go tomorrow and find that they have make you sign up for a new TOS, only to come to find out that they're sailing you up the river. In other words, Sony, I don't trust you, is basically what it comes down to. And if anybody else wants to support them, that's up to them, but just be careful. You know what? That's supposed to be the case, Nate Wolf. You're correct, but it's not always that way. Many years ago, this is a true story. I don't know if I've told this on stream. True story. And this is not Sony. This was Microsoft. I bought on the Xbox 360 the digital version, downloadable arcade version of the original Double Dragon. Okay? I bought that. It was only like $5, but I love Double Dragon, and I grew up playing it. So I downloaded Double Dragon. Well, a couple years later, I loaded up. I was like, you know what? I'll play some Double Dragon. So I went ahead and went to go play Double Dragon. The Xbox said it needs an update to play it. So I downloaded the update, and all of a sudden I find out it's not the full version, it's a demo. Even though I paid for the full game, they only gave me access to the demo. And when I contacted Microsoft to fix it, they told me flat out it's not available anymore. And the reason why it's not available anymore is because they wanted me to buy, there was a new version of it out there. So they refused to let me have the version that I bought and paid for, because they wanted me to buy Double Dragon Neo or whatever it was called instead, in its place. And when I contacted them about it, they said, sorry, that's just how it is. You know, too bad, so sad. And from that point on, I've never trusted digital distribution. and I don't trust Microsoft, and I don't trust Sony, and I really don't trust Nintendo either. But that is 100% true story. My Xbox 360 has a demo version of the original Double Dragon on it that I cannot, even though I paid for access to the full game, I don't have it. And because of whatever, I don't have the ability to, they refuse to let me download the full version. Yeah, I don't, I don't blame you there. I don't trust either of them. The one I trust more than any of them is Nintendo, and even then that's fleeting. Nintendo's proven us time and time again that they'll do what they can to make a buck. But that's why I don't trust digital distribution. And it was only $5, okay? It's not the $5. It's the fact that I trusted them and bought something from them that I wanted. And a year or two later, they come out and go, "Yeah, you don't own it anymore." Meanwhile, for the record, I ended up buying it on the Nintendo Switch for $5 or whatever it was, and I still have access to it. I can load it right now and play Double Dragon on my Nintendo Switch. That's a bridge too far for Microsoft, though. They won't allow that, but Nintendo will. Well, it went. The rumor, if the rumors are true, and now the rumors are being propagated by whoever is pays for this stuff, or just trying to get clicks or whatever. If the rumors are true, Microsoft is about to announce, supposedly, that the next Xbox will support physical media, and they will make physical media for it. If that is the case, I will tentatively move to Xbox. If it is not the case, I will be getting a gaming PC. And I'm saving all my pennies right now for building a PC, quite honestly. Oh yeah, Nintendo. And then I'm not saying Nintendo is great. I'm by no means saying that. I'm just saying out of the big three, they're the ones that I trust more than the others. Now that's going to have to be something that they come up with. They need to. Microsoft's had their worst. Xbox, I should say, has had their worst quarter on record, according to all the rumors that are out there right now. If that's the case, I could fix Microsoft right now. I could fix Microsoft right now, and it's real simple. If you're listening, Asha, it's real simple. Early September, you get yourself one of those theaters that Apple rents out for whenever they do a new iPhone event or something. Okay? Go ahead and do that. Show off your brand new unit. We know that's what you want. You want to show off your brand new console. Put a caveat out immediately. Say you want to support physical media, and that you will not be doing any of this goofball bait and switch. That you're going to sell physical games and have the physical games on there, and they will gain a lot of that support. They'll do the same thing that Sony did to them 13 years ago. Who's buying who? The Saudis are buying EA next week. We know that. The Chinese are probably going to end up buying Ubisoft by the time that's all said and done. But Limited Run does put the full games on the discs and stuff. You are correct there. Absolutely. And Limited Run's finally starting to get their legs back under them about how to actually please their customers. But don't get me wrong, I'm by no means saying that we need to just blindly trust Nintendo. Absolutely not. They have weaponized nostalgia in so many ways. If we're going to Switch 2 for now. I do have a Switch 2. Now, if Microsoft does the commitment to physical and putting the games on the discs and all that, and comes out and says that, hey, we're going to be there to give you what our competitor will not, they could go a long way to fixing their brand. Xbox has been a tainted brand for a while. Microsoft never recovered from when Sony bodied them over the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. That's the hilarious thing about this. Is that the Xbox is damaged goods because of what Sony did to them with physical media. And now Sony's going down that same road, making the same mistake. And Microsoft has the ability and they could do it. They could actually do it. Yeah, the key cards are something that I don't like with Nintendo either, quite frankly. I don't like those either. But in fact, I tend to overlook the games that are key cards because I don't want them. Even though there's been a couple that I bought that I didn't realize they were key cards when I got them, like Dragon Quest. But Microsoft has the ability. They could do it. Commitment to physical media, commitment to putting games on discs. It would be a big turnaround for them. And they would do the same thing to Sony that Sony did to them 13 years ago. But I don't think they're going to. The rumors are that's what they're going to do, but I don't think that's the case. Microsoft has been begging for people to go digital for 13 years. It's not just cheaper, it's also control. For guys, if you look at, seriously, if you look at Kingdom Hearts on the Switch 1, you could only get it digitally. So if you own the Kingdom Hearts collection on Nintendo Switch, you only have 10 more months to play it. They're removing your access to it in June of next year. Unless you pay them a stipend. If you pay them more money, then they will allow you to continue to play it. And they claim it'll be a discounted price. But that's not Nintendo, that's Square Enix. Oh, wow, okay. Well, that's another reason I want to get a Switch 2 memory card so I can at least keep my shit. download everything onto my Switch too and make sure it's there. So the only thing I have to download, if there are any, are going to be patches for updates and all that. Depends on the game, I think, Nate Wolf. Like, if we look at the Dragon Quest games, those are not online games. I have them downloaded onto my Switch too. They can update them all they want to, but I still have the games loaded. So, I guess we'll see. Oh, that's what they want. TurboGrafx used cards, but the games were still on the cards. There was no internet back then, guys. There was no internet back in the 80s. There was no. Ugh. Hmm. Well, no one else plays my consoles, so I don't have to worry about that. But if the thing is, there's gonna the second. Let's just take Dragon Quest, right? The Dragon Quest remakes. If if Square Enix decides that they're not going to allow people who bought them on the Switch to play them because of their key cards, a couple years from now, there's going to be a class action lawsuit there. And chances are they're going to lose. Yep, you're right. You do have to worry about hardware failure. That's always a problem. And just a simple transfer over, you're 100% right. Just a simple transfer over, like if tomorrow my Switch 2 takes a shit and I go buy another one, which I don't want to, but let's just say that happens, and I transfer all my information over from one Switch to the other. It doesn't include game data. It'll include your save data and your patches. I think it includes your patches, but it won't include your actual game data. You will have to re-download all the games. You are 100% correct there. So nothing is foolproof. Even my when I was for Rumble Premium, when I play Saturn games on Rumble Premium, the Saturn, because it's over 30 years old, does crash. Another set charm. I believe you're correct there, Nate Wolf, yes. Nintendo doesn't do that though. They say they'll transfer over all your game data, but they won't transfer the game itself. You'll have to re-download that stuff. All right, so in that little bit of time, we did clear off another.
They've sent their regards.
Yes, they did. So that puts us at, boy, we're right there on ovals. We're almost there on ovals. 16 of 20 there. Well, look, you're right, and we're going to see what's going to happen. I am by no means going to sit here on my high horse and say, well, Sony's going to die. No, I'm not going to say that at all. Nightmare Dungeon Pit, Undercity, Undercity, Nightmare Dungeon. Okay. Yeah, well, they're gonna feel a lot of people's wrath. You know, I'm not saying it's gonna bankrupt Sony. I don't think that at all. But this could very well cost them the crown that they've had. This is, guys, we have to remember, we have, as the gaming audience has changed gaming in positive ways in the past. We did it to Nintendo. We did it to Sony once. We did it to Microsoft. And we can do it to Sony again. They're willing to accept the losses because they don't think it's there. The thing is that what they're doing is they're placating themselves to a specific audience that they think is going to be able to carry them. Even though the audience, because there's two types of gamers out there. There are your core gamers, and then there's your casual gamers, okay? There's nothing wrong with being casual or core, all right? Nothing at all. This is not an insult against either audience, guys. It's just that's how it is. There are two different ones. Your core audience plays 1, 2, maybe 3 games a year. They'll show up to buy Madden. They'll show that profitable because they don't buy a lot outside of they don't buy a lot of stuff outside of what they actually want. They want to buy Madden, they buy Madden, whatever. Or FIFA or whatever it is. They're very casual and deliberate with what they buy. Unique charm. The core audience is the more profitable audience because they're the ones who buy 10, 20, 30 games a year. They're the ones that are buying Mouse Detective PI. They're the ones that pick up several games a year. They're far more profitable. Sony is hitching their wagon to the casual right now. Yeah, they're willing to accept. They're willing to accept the loss because they think that the more casual gamer is what's going to carry them. But what they're going to find is that audience isn't as profitable. It's not. They don't buy as many games. There's not as much stuff out there for them. And whoever goes physical and or PC are the ones that are going to be there to pick it up because, as I've said, if you don't differentiate yourselves from a PC, then people are going to migrate to PC. There's a lot better selection on Steam and on GOG than there is on PlayStation Network or Xbox Live. A lot of the times, there's a lot of games that are better. So Sony thinks their first-party stuff. They think they're Nintendo, basically. They're actually hedging their bets that they are Nintendo, and they're gonna find out they're not. Okay, there's no argument. They did. The Wii was Nintendo's attempt to grow the pie. Nintendo with the GameCube, Nintendo was competing with Sony and Microsoft. They were going after the same audience, the same way, with the same kind of hardware, and they found out that they were the third. They were the third wheel on a date, basically. 100% is what happened. So Nintendo did what Nintendo thought they had to do, and that was grow the pie. Now, that worked for a time, but that casual audience they attracted only bought the thing for 1 or 2 games, and oh yeah, one of the games came with it. So there was not a whole ton of maneuverability there for Nintendo. Once the saturation point with the Switch, or not the Switch, with the damn it all. Once the saturation point with the Wii reached a certain point, there was really nothing there. There was no meat left on the bone. Yeah, people would buy GameCube so they could play Zelda. I had people that would come in during my time at the Evil Empire that they would come in to buy when the new Zelda would come out, like when Twilight Princess came out. They'd either buy a Wii or they would buy a GameCube. A lot of them bought a GameCube, a used GameCube, bought Twilight Princess, took it home, played it, beat it, brought it back, and then sold everything back. Wii U, Xbox One, and Series. Yeah, those are the ones I own the fewest amount of games for as well. N64 is up there as well. I don't own a lot of N64 games. Good boy. Good boy, whiskey. I might have hit the wrong thing here, but we'll see. I haven't bought an Xbox game since Starfield came out, but I do have an order in for a physical copy of Halo, the Halo remaster, Halo remake. It just hasn't shipped yet. I don't know when it's going to ship. I do think one of these days, though, I need to hook up the Wii U and get we need to play some Twilight Princess HD remaster or Wind Waker HD remaster. Those are actually really good ports. I think think I chose the wrong thing here, but that's okay. But the funny thing is that as I was talking about, and I've been talking about, the failure of the Wii U is really what gave the Switch it's really good start there, because Nintendo didn't sell a lot of Wii U's due to poor marketing and a lot of other things. Well, they turned around and they took a lot of those games they made for the Wii U and ported them right to the Switch, and a whole new audience found them. I am doing billions of damage now.
Tower Guardian accepts your challenge.
Yeah, well, the Wii U was a bad name because a lot of people here in the States, here in the West, when I told you guys this yesterday, when I worked for Best Buy that one season that the Wii U had come out, uh, most customers thought since they had a Wii, all they needed was that tablet controller, and that's not what it was. And Nintendo learned from that, as well they should. Their marketing like that was shitty. The thing stumbled from the very start. I did run the wrong thing there, but that's perfectly okay. And we did get another seasonal there. There we go. So there's only 3 things left to do here for this this season. This thing of the seasonal.
Great deeds in service of this world, in service of humanity. These high and mighty angels, these voracious, rapacious demons.
Yeah. Well, that's how Nintendo was. Honestly, I thought the tablet controller was actually quite nice. I actually didn't mind it as much.
It only gets harder from here.
This is the pit. Wait a minute. No, this is the artifice. Okay, this is not right. I chose the wrong thing. There we go. All I know is, well, okay, I thought the tablet was a really good idea, and Nintendo used that as they listened to what their audience said about the Wii U, and that's what led to the formulation of the Nintendo Switch. The Switch exists today as it exists today because of the failures of the Wii U. Hi there, Jack the Grim. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in on the Twitch side. Hope you're doing all right today. Ooh, there's a glint of hope. Oh, I dropped my rock. Gotta get the rock. But yeah, the only reason why the Nintendo Switch exists is because of the failures of the Wii U. That is. Nintendo does listen, and they did listen. Yeah, that's what they did. The guys, I'm not making up that library thing. Go back and look at a bunch of the Mario Kart 8 was one of the. It probably is a top-selling game on the Nintendo Switch, and it was a Wii U game. I know they call it Deluxe, but it was. They didn't change a lot. They added to it later, but it. All they did was port a whole bunch of games the first couple of years from the Wii U to the Switch. And since most people hadn't played them, it was like a brand new experience for them. I'm talking about hardware, Jack, not necessarily about how they screw over people with Pokemon. Not talking about software, I'm talking about hardware. They did listen to people's complaints about the Wii U, and that's where the Switch came from. As if you want to get into it about their weaponizing nostalgia, yeah, that is something they do. That's a completely different bag of bones, but and you're 100% correct. But hardware-wise, they took what people were complaining about with the Wii U, and they made the Switch. You're not wrong. They didn't, their Pokemon stuff, you're 100% correct. For all Pokemon fans out there, Pokemon, I'm a little old for Pokemon, but I understand. Oh, get out of there. Oh. Because again, I worked in gaming during that time period, and at Best Buy for a season, and all of the customers thought the Wii U was the tablet and not a new console. Nintendo listened. They said, okay, well, apparently we need to have a tablet controller or tablet console, and that's where the Switch came from. Oh, really? Oh, it's too old for Pokemon. What I'm saying is that Pokemon, that when Pokemon hit its thing, I was in my 20s. And it kind of missed me. And that's one thing Sony's not doing right now is listening, and that about hardware, and they're not listening to about what their customers want. So at least what some of them want. So we'll see what happens. I personally I don't think it's going to sink Sony, but it could very well cost them their precious lead that they've got. Could very well see either Microsoft or Nintendo take that lead. Or they'll migrate to PC. Or you could just see people pack it up completely. You could honestly see some gamers just say, you know what, I've got a backlog that'll last me the rest of my life on PlayStation 2 and all that. I'm one of them. I don't need to buy anything new. I'll just do my own thing. Software is CG Project Red. Yeah, CG Project Red did listen. Right now, gaming is in this flux where you're seeing a lot of game companies try to dictate to you what you want, instead of them listening to what you want, to say what you want. And that's where they're having a lot of problems. Is you've got Ubisoft and companies like that saying, well, this is what you want, right? You wanted this, and we say, no, we don't want this. And they go, well, yes, you do, and you have no choice but to, because we're not doing anything different. Yeah, they broke the trust. That's the whole thing, is that they were the one company we thought was going to be there because, again, 13 years ago, they bodied Microsoft 13 years ago. They completely bodied them. And Microsoft the Xbox brand never recovered. They never recovered from that. To this day, they have not recovered from the absolute ass-kicking that Sony put on them because of the digital-only bullshit that Microsoft was trying to push at that point. And that's just an unmitigated fact. That it cost the CEO his job, for crying out loud. He ended up getting leaving the company. Yeah, they're not supplying what people want, and when the people tell them what they want, they get upset. And it's like I said yesterday, guys. When Ubisoft comes out and says, "Well, the fans are the reason that Assassin's Creed Shadows didn't do that well," you bet your frickin' ass that's the exact reason. And why is that? Because they told you what they wanted, and you refused to give it. You refused. Instead of you giving them what they wanted, you called them names and tried to make them feel like that they didn't know what they were talking about. You hired fake historians to come through and try to defend your shit, and then you turn around and find out that, oh, well, geez. And then they try to tell you, oh no, it wasn't a failure. It wasn't a failure. only to come to find out now that they knew it was a failure from Jump Street. Because once again, AAA gaming is much different than independent gaming. If you don't make a bunch of money in your, it's like movies. When you're talking about movies, most movies, if you don't make your budget in the first couple of weeks, you're screwed. Well, the same thing happens with video games. If you don't make your budget back within the first 48 hours, you're probably going to be screwed. And these companies need to get it through their heads that their employees are not upset at them and want them to fail. They want them to succeed. No one wanted to see Assassin's Creed Shadows go belly up. No one wanted to see a lot of these games, Last of Us Part 2 go belly up. They wanted to see them because they liked the series. They were fans. They wanted to see it succeed. But damn if they didn't do everything they could to make sure it wasn't going to. You have to have you have to be listening to your customer base. That's the whole kit and caboodle. Is without your customers, you are nothing. You are nothing. And they have not been listening to their customers. They've been dictating to their customers. They've been telling their customers what they want. And their customers tell them, no, this is not what we want. Oh, then you're just pick a name. And it's like, you really think that's what's really going to bring people into your umbrella, is to insult them and to call them names? Because that don't work. A couple of those are crap. That's crap. 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 Oh, and then while I'm at it, also crap. What company published Concord? That would be Sony. Sony spent $200 million on Concord. And the development team did absolutely nothing to listen to what people were saying. And it deserves its place on the pyre. It earned it. Undercity. Yep. Rest in peace. That's what they didn't listen. They told their audience what they wanted. When their audience told them this is not what we want, they said, "Well, that's because you're a this and you're a that," and just come up with a really naughty name, a bad name to call somebody, and that's what they did. And in the long run, the customer is the one who dictates what's successful and what's not. You can win all the awards you want to. You can have all you can go to Kotaku and all these companies and have them write all the fluff pieces that you could possibly want. The point of the fact is that if customers don't show up with dollars in hand to support your product, it is a absolute and utter failure. I don't care how many awards you win. Now, gaming is one of those industries you fail up. Gaming is all. I've got 15 years industry experience in my noggin when it comes to my time working in gaming. You would think someone like me would be in demand for gaming, but because I don't check all the right boxes, the answer is no. Because getting into gaming, unless you find your own company, unless you go out and make your own, development house, independent development house, you are gate kept like crazy out of gaming, unless you are a fair-haired child, unless you are one of the protected class. You are a former journalist. You played ball. That kind of stuff. That is exactly how gaming operates now in the AAA space. So if your dream is to work on, Elder Scrolls, if it's been your dream, and if your entire life you go to college and learn how to program, learn how to code, and do gaming because Elder Scrolls is your favorite game series on the entire planet, and all you want to do is work on Elder Scrolls, unless you check certain boxes, they won't even. You're gonna get. They might interview you, but you won't get in. All about the check boxes, all about the protecting their own. Gaming is gaming is a AAA gaming is such a gate-kept business. And they'll continue to do it until it's the end. Hey there, Hariyama, good to see you. How you doing? Thank you for coming in, my friend. Hope you had a great night. And it's Friday. It's a bourbon night. I can't wait. I'm going to break open a bottle of the good stuff tonight for a little bit of the good stuff for my bourbon. Me too. The randomized mythics are a pain in the ass. They're still... they did fix it to where you can have more than one crafted mythic equipped, and my whole thing is mythic. But I would really like it to where I could control what it is. They're still going to have that one crafted mythic per... But... I don't know. The way that they got it,
You fought well.
Alright, here we go, over here. Undercity 4 to 5. I like the multiple crafted mythics as well. I absolutely do. But what we're talking about, guys, is like this right here, this Herald's Morningstar, not the one I have equipped. If I take this to the cube and have it re-rolled, I'm not guaranteed to get the Herald's Morningstar back. It could very well change to something else. So that's something that they are fixing that if in next season they're going to have it to where you can what you put in is what you get out, which will be nice. At least from what I've read, so I hope that's true. They're still going to make it, though, that you can only equip one mythic you get out of the Heradric Cube per character, though. So they did that this season, and then a couple weeks ago they changed it to where you could equip multiple mythics, which was... I still think it's stupid because they give you all these materials to craft mythics. To only allow you to equip one of them is really stupid. As I was telling my girlfriend about it, I said, because I was trying to explain it to her, and she goes, I don't understand. I said, well, think about it like this. Imagine if you gave me enough materials to make, enough ingredients to make 4 dozen donuts. And she said, yeah. And I said, but you only let me eat one of them. She goes, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I said, exactly. That makes no sense. And then this season they tried to do that, and supposedly they're doing it again next season, but we'll see how it works and what the complaints are. They could always fix it if they want, if people complain too much. Until they fix it then. Well, the thing is when next season happens, this character is going to go to the Eternal server, and we'll have to. We can re-roll her. We can start her over again if we want to. But chances are, what I'll do is I'll start a Warlock if we're when we start streaming it. If we start streaming it, because I want to do a Warlock next season. The John Cena bug was not alive, Hariyama. I tried it yesterday. It did not work. So when we played the Borderlands expansion yesterday, I tried John Cena. Sadly, they could see me, so we still managed to clear out a lot of the bingo card, the vault card, but we were still seen though. Thank you for following, Jack. I appreciate that. I don't mind the growth on Twitch at all. I really wouldn't mind becoming a Twitch partner at some point, but I need a lot of help with that. And being monetized on YouTube would be nice too. Yeah, they finally fixed it. For those who don't know, Borderlands 4 had a bug in it that if you did something a very specific way, the game would ignore you. The rest of the enemies in the game would actually ignore you. So I called it the John Cena bug because they couldn't see you. And I thought that was hilarious. A couple of weeks ago, we played through the Bounty Pack 3 like that, where none of the enemies could see us. Now you're probably right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something that doesn't scroll, it just sits there like my old PNG. You're right. Hey. All right. Hey, wait. We're doing it. I didn't really want to do this cursed shrine, but whatever. The idea is to get through all this quickly. That's a good idea. I should look at that. My problem lately has been my Mac has not been doing the background removals the way that when I make PNGs. My Mac used to do it, and now it doesn't. Kind of a pain in the ass. Goodness. All right. I got some stuff to work on this weekend for the stream, so that'll be up there. I gotta get, there's a Rumble bot too I really want to get. Maybe replace Streamlabs so I have this Rumble bot and have that do things, but I gotta learn how to use that. No. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted. Another set charm. nothing in there worth a damn. That looks like Loki for a second. Come on down here to Tyrael. That should put us, what, 3 away now? I do need to work on some stuff. I know Desi and I have an appointment tomorrow. But that doesn't mean I won't. I'll be here, so.
They've sent their regards. Step up to my. That's it for that piece.
That's right. It's up for a that piece. How are we looking on our seasonal cache? I think we have, what, one? No, we have 2 Pandemonium Fragments. So we're 1 Pandemonium Fragment away from a Mythic pull. Or 2, I mean. And that should put us... God, we're right there on Obols. 17 out of 20. And then Monster Mash is going to be the one that takes the longest.
Where would you begin?
I would begin with your mama. Undercity. Nightmare Dungeon. That's Infernal Hordes. I don't want to do Infernal Hordes. That's got Obols over. Undercity. Undercity. That'll finish off Obols if I do that. Nightmare Dungeon. Undercity, Undercity Pit. Or Duriel. No, I don't like that. Let's try it again. Okay. Nightmare Dungeon, Pit. And Duriel, that's fine. Undercity. I'll do Pit. Or do I do Pit? Where are we as far as Nightmare Dungeons 5 out of 7, Helltide 3, Undercity 5, Lair Bosses 4, Infernal Hordes there, Pit 5. Okay, so we're about the same. That should finish off Obols for us. I do have a lot to work on. Plus, I have the streamer's website that Tomby set up. I should really learn how to use more of that stuff. This is an Undercity run, okay. Because I don't have any Rumble alerts either, and I need to fix that. I have Twitch alerts. I don't even have YouTube alerts, quite honestly. But at least I have it set up to where we have blurps for people who want to do blurps. I was wondering where there's a time, dude. There's one right there. So yeah, I wanted to say that you know, when I was talking about Borderlands yesterday, I'll say this because this is very similar to Borderlands, the looting kind of games like this. You're gonna find that if you go online, there's gonna be a lot of really handy dandy guides that can help you out with your builds and things like that, with a lot of smart people doing them. What I will tell you is they're not all foolproof, and you know, we were playing Borderlands yesterday. I'm still using the BOD, and every person that you go online to see will tell you that the BOD's no longer even a top 10 gun. But when I used it, we were still whipping the hell out of everything. And that's because of the build. The build that I have set up to use the BOD. So, same thing applies to Diablo. If what you're doing for you is working, and you're having fun, then it shouldn't matter what other people are doing with their builds. Oh. I also need to shoot some shorts this weekend since it's a new month starting tomorrow. God, that's close. It also comes down to having fun, Grizzle. That's the other thing, is that you can have the best build you know, you go online right now and find the build that I've been using as a backbone for what I've been doing. I'm sure if I got everything ancestral and level, you know, 900 and all that stuff that they have there, I'm sure I could have that. You know, I could do the same stuff, but I'm still trying to, you know, get. I don't have access to all that stuff like they have. Yeah, everyone's got a different play style. Just have fun with it. That's what the whole deal is having fun. I'm sure that if you take some of these theory crafters who look at our sexy Vexy build on Borderlands 4, they'll look at me and go, Enigma, what are you doing? Why do you have that trained? Why do you using that gun? Why do you have that class mod? And I'm gonna go, because I'm having fun with it. I mean, you guys were here yesterday. How did my Vex look? How did she perform? She did pretty damn good. Now, something I'm thinking of doing in September when the new Borderlands story expansion comes out is there's a brand new character coming with that too. The hacker Ruthless, or whatever her name is. I am thinking of, yeah, we'll do a playthrough with Sexy Vexy, but at the same time I'm thinking of starting a new of those new characters and seeing, you know, and building that character up and see what we can do with her. That would be, we haven't done that since the game first came out, so it might be fun. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, and I completely missed the thing I was here for, the spirit beacon. Da-da-da-da-da. Go. We are just plowing right through the Undercity here. Probably going to take a shot at Mephisto today on Torment 10. We'll see. We really don't need that. So let's go over here and just do this and be done with it.
You know death as intimately as I. This will be a good fight.
You say that. I don't think so, Tim.
I have become your prey.
Neither will I, Alucard. I will not accept digital download codes in boxes. That's why I'm not getting Grand Theft Auto 6. I did say that. I do say I don't think so, Tim, because of Home Improvement. For the young people out there, Home Improvement was a show that came on. It was a network sitcom, came on. It was the first one starring a guy named Tim Allen. You guys know Tim Allen, and he had his guy. He hosted a television show called Tool Time, and his co-host was a guy named Al. And whenever Tim Allen would do something stupid, he would go, "I'm gonna do this," and Al would say, "I don't think so, Tim." What do you think, Al? Is this gonna work? I don't think so, Tim. So I do say that because of that. Game time is tool time. That's right. Game time. Which, my Tim Allen sounds a lot like my Vince McMahon impression, and I'm sorry about that. Damn it, Al. He will no longer star as Blade. He trained for a year, prepare for Blade to use the sword. He's out. Well, I mean, they again, once again, they signed. He's a hell of an actor. They signed a hell of an actor to play Blade, and then they did everything they could to make the movie not about Blade. Does everybody know what time it is? They took too long. Oh, they took too long, and they didn't. They were more worried about replacing Blade than they were about making a Blade movie. How hard is it to make a movie about a dude who just kills vampires? Yeah, it was about his daughter instead of him. That's right. She's going to her room to pout. Oh yeah, we got her. Probably only going to be one blade, at least for the time being. 2 more set charms. I have to sell some of this shit that I am not using. Yeah, it's not hard. It's not hard to make a Blade movie. It's not hard to make a movie about a dude who kills vampires. But for some reason, Feige couldn't get it right because they couldn't find a way to... I've heard a couple of things. Ain't gonna be but one blade. That's right. Some MFers are still trying to ice skate uphill. Pardon me. Yeah, basically that is Marvel in a nutshell. At least it was. The understanding, from what I have been finding out, is that Feige is trying to course correct. And first of all, I've heard Brand New Day is actually pretty good. I've heard that from a couple of people. Not seen it yet. I don't know, but I've heard it's pretty good. I still think my hilarious thing about movies this year is that I went to go see Masters of the Universe. And I was like, this movie's pretty good. And then nobody went to go see it. And now that it's available on Amazon Prime, people are watching it. They're like, hey, this is pretty good. It's like, yeah, no shit. I told you that 3 months ago. Or 2 months ago. But, supposedly, Doomsday is Marvel's attempt, Feige's attempts. Well, it's Feige's attempt to save his job, first of all. Whatever Feige has accomplished in the past, he did not know where the bodies were buried the same way Kathleen Kennedy did. So he's not, he doesn't have probably the ironclad contract that she had. Dropped my heart of stone. Oh, they did the same. They tried the same shit that Lucasfilm tried. The difference is that Feige course corrected and Kathleen Kennedy did not. And supposedly Doomsday is going to bring everything back to formula for them, where they're going to go back and do things the way that they've done before. And I mean, I guess we'll see. I don't know. I guarantee you Feige's sweating bullets right now. I guarantee you he's sweating bullets. If the plot synopsis I read is what's going to happen, I think we'll see. I don't know. But,
Step up to my end.
we got to remember one thing. If Spider-Man is great, it could be absolutely amazing. We don't know. That is not a Marvel Productions studio. That's not an MCU production. That is, believe it or not, a Sony production. Yeah, Spider-Man is Sony. They're in collaboration with the MCU. But it is a Sony production. That's true. Sony tried to make their own cinematic universe. Basically, their goal was to no longer have to deal with Marvel. They wanted to have their own thing and not have to worry about dealing with Kevin Feige or dealing with Marvel. And it didn't work because strangely enough, very few people out there are looking for a freaking movie about Morbius or Kraven the Hunter or, you know, Madam Web. These are not movies that were sought after by the customer base. They don't want to see a movie trying to make Kraven the Hunter a good guy. They want to see Spider-Man fighting Kraven the Hunter. Sydney Sweetie, definitely. I would. That's right, baby. Give me some Sydney Sweeney. I'll take that. Did my... Give that to me so I can see how many I need. I gotta read what he said there. Give me a second to get through this Alucard and I'll read what you said. There we are. What did Alucard say? Believes in linear RPGs are better at creating memorable characters. That is exactly correct. He is exactly correct. JRPGs, you get a protagonist, you get the characters behind the story. Yeah, I've said for a long time that when it comes to Final Fantasy, okay, Whisk? Okay. When it comes to Final Fantasy, the meat and potatoes, or JRPGs in particular, the meat and potatoes of a JRPG are its characters and story. Yeah, Royal Sapphire. telling my wife that I said that. Desi is actually not my wife. And you know who the number one person who says I should be a little more flirty on my streams like that is her. So she tells me to do that. Okay. Let's...
Mainlander, taken apart. Melted down. And many more to come.
That is our obols, I think. But Desi is basically she's about as she's not my wife, but she's my wife. I'm basically. That's something we joke about a lot. Is that she's. We were talking about it last night. We were watching something. I don't even remember what we were watching, but it was something. And I just said, "You do realize you're stuck with me, right?" It's like I'm not going anywhere. All right. So the ovals are completed. Awesome sauce there. DM1X, simple mock-up. Oh, you did. Thank you. Let me check that out before we get into... We've talked about it. It's going to be up to both of us, I think, quite frankly, but... Yeah, that's good. I need to get that. I've got to get a... Thank you. I agree with you. I think that looks great. The thing, guys, is I'm 50 years old. Desi is 29. And I always say 29, even though she's just made it over on OBS. I've never done that. I need to learn that so I can fix things. I don't need ovals. Undercity, pit, beast in the ice, nightmare dungeon. I don't have any. 5, 2. Yeah, I'll look at. I'll have to look at fonts. I want them to match. That would be the best. Wrong thing. Ring toss. The thing is, Desi's been married and I have not, so she's a little gun shy about wanting to get married again. that going. Alright. I forgot what we're doing. Oh, did I put escalation dungeon? No way. I did not want to do an escalation dungeon. New plan. I messed that up. Okay. Cleanse pit. Undercity. Undercity. Okay, so if we go this, this, then we can go pit, pit. I just have to make a Rumble logo and just stick it on there like that. And I will definitely be working on that. I'll have time tomorrow. And I want the Rumble bot. I want to get that working. I've got the website up. I just don't know how to use it yet. And I still need to get Rumble alerts working. Without drinking a potion, I can do that. About to get our glint of hope. That'll put us at 3 for this run. Ah! Working on our glints of hope. Funny thing is that once we complete these war plan runs, the only thing left on this part of the season is going to be killing elites and whatnot. RPGs are indeed more open world now. You are correct, Alucard. But the thing is, one thing that's definitely been lost is whenever you have something that's non-linear, okay, you are foregoing most of the time. There are exceptions. Whenever you go non-linear, like a lot of open world games can be, you forego a lot of the meat and potatoes of having a really good story and characters in RPGs. It's just how it works. Not always. You do get, your nice old Republics and stuff like that. But for the most part, the more non-linear you make something, the less likely it is to... what the hell? The less the more difficult it is to convey story and character development, because you have to keep in mind that you get the parts of the story in the game where maybe in this open world they don't go and do that right away. That's what made JRPGs so brilliant back in the day, was they would be like, it was a town-based thing. Alright, we got our next glint of hope. See, this makes me feel like with as strong as we are, we should be okay to go to do Torment 10, but yeah, exactly. When you lose track of when you're doing stuff. One thing I'm glad they started doing in RPGs, JRPGs in particular, especially like Dragon Quest, is if I were to load up a Dragon Quest like 11 save right now, it's interesting. That doesn't matter. If I were to load up a Dragon Quest 11 save right now, the first thing it would do is it would go through a little bit of a hey, here's what you where you are in the game, which I think is very helpful. Okay. I just want to look here. 4,500 of 6666, and then we're on our 19th run here. Whispers of the Dead. It says do the Undercity. 2 Undercities in a row, right? It's quick. And I can say Sydney Sweeney is hot. She is. We all have our lists. Our hall pass list. Desi's got hers. I have mine. And if I were a strapping young lad, I would not mind it at all to have Sydney Sweeney on that list. She's a pretty girl. Yeah, exactly. The old games never gave you the walkthrough. They never told you. So, like, if I pick up a copy of, well, even let's just say even the pixel remasters, Final Fantasy 4 or 6 or 5 in particular. If I load that up right now, and from other saves, I'm not going to remember where I am. They didn't have a rundown of where you were in those games. They weren't built that way. You'd have to remember, okay, well, if I'm saved here, that means that I've done, I've done all this, Here we go. Bad. Da 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 do 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 do. I've got you here. You're not. Yeah, we're not being tested. The only thing being tested there was my patience. Time is no longer a concern. That's going to be a grotesque debitor. The blackmailer. Useless key. Let's get out of here.
Back to it then.
Back to it and then drop the shit you don't want. Undercity again, no problem. Again, I'm not really looking to tempt the fates here. I'm just trying to blow through this. You take care too, Nate. Well, thank you so much for making that for me. That gives me something to work off of for certain. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for helping me reach my goals this month. You have been very, very helpful, and let's do it again next month. We'll do it again. Starting tomorrow. Start all over again. I gotta make more shorts and all that good stuff. No, got you there. Because of people like Nate Wolf that I have been able to make my goals this month, and that just means the world to me. Because when you've been doing this for, you know, the 5 years that I've been doing it, nearly 5 years, and you're just now starting to see a small return on investment, I think is great. And if anybody needs help with chatters or anything today, Nate Wolf, please let me know. I will drop in and say hi. I'll be there. Help people out. Gotta help out folks who need the help. Last night I rated out to Deaf Gamer Girl. She needed view hours. I hope I helped. But I lurked in her channel all night while she was streaming. Come on, baby. And I'll do whatever I can to help out anybody I can, because it's important. Very important to instill community in people, to help people out, and have, you know, I'll help you out. We get to do it again starting tomorrow. I gotta finish my playlists too, so get that going so you guys can do that. Spirit, Wrathful Spirit. Damn, did we get... We did. Damn. Grand Spirit Beacon gave us 4. Wish I'd have known that. I would have waited for the portal and gone that way. I don't know where the portal is to get out of here. It's probably up over there. Yep, there it is. There we go. Let's move it to it. Longtooth the Wretched. Again.
Back to it then.
That's right. Two pandemonium fragments. I believe we have a third one over here. Let's grab that. Probably not Subo, but you're more than welcome to make your assumptions.
I'll be here, swinging away.
And one more, wait, two more pits? Is that what it said? Yep. Two more pits. My God. Okay, that was a lot of dudes there. Not doing that again. At least not right now. Here we go, baby.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Probably, but that's okay. Plowing right through them. Yeah, once we complete the next run of challenges that they have, we're going to go to Torment 10, I think. I think we're good enough for that now. And I definitely want to take a stab or two at Mephisto. Yeah, skeletons are kind of the easiest. Not really worried about the skeletons. But we're about to get... There he is. I knew he was coming. Got 2 set charms there. 3 set charms there. Don't need you. Don't need you. Or you. See, this is what I mean when we're talking about they're going to fix next season. You see how that's 2-star? The one on the right there? Ancestral. It's not mythic, but it's ancestral. Next season, they're going to make that to where I can transfer that 1-for-1 over to having a 2-star ancestral mythic shield instead of unique shield. So that's something they're fixing next season. Because right now we can put that in the hopper, and we're going to get something one-handed that comes out of it. It could be a shield. It could be a weapon. We don't know. Pick up our Heart of Stone. Ghosts are kind of the bigger pain because while they're not difficult, you don't know where they all are. And they kind of float in and out of existence on you. We're almost halfway to our dude, next mythic here. Almost halfway. So if you're wondering why I'm keeping those shields and stuff in my inventory, it's because I want to use them for glints of hope. And I dropped my stone, so I don't know where it is. Where did I drop my stone? Dropped it all the way back here. Wow, okay. Didn't realize I dropped it that far back. Dropped it again, but this time I see where I dropped it.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
And these guys in the blue and the guy, their names are in blue and in yellow, those are champions and elites. Those are the ones we desperately want for seasonal rewards as well. I need to kill 6,666 of them. And we're well over halfway there, so if it seems like I'm kind of taking some time out to do that, that's the reason why. Drop my stone again, but I see where. No, here he is. He's got poison for days. Got him.
I think that's it. What is a waitress, isn't it?
It is.
And many more to come.
Sweet. So that should have brought us down to one more counteroffensive, and then we're 2,000 away from getting that going. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go ahead and get me some tea, and take a quick little bio break. We are just getting there. And once we run this last counteroffensive, we're going to go to Torment 10 and bomb around on that for a bit, see if we can beat Mephisto and all that. I'll be right back. All right. J'arrive. What do we have here? All right. So let's run one last of these for now. Let's see. Nightmare Dungeon, Helltide Harvest. Cleanse the Pit. Oh. If I cleanse the pit, then I can do Undercity. Beast in the Ice Pit. Nightmare Dungeon. I don't have any levels up on these yet, do we? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need to bring one more up to level 5, which will probably be lair bosses. And we are doing lair bosses, so let's see. Pit, Undercity, lair boss, pit, Nightmare Dungeon. All right. Take you. Where Desi is. She's not here. Usually when she gets to work, she comes in. She must be busy today. Knowing her, she'll probably apologize to me later for not being on. That or yeah. Think negatively. havoc we're wreaking, I think we are going to be ready at least to play around on 10. Every time we run a pit, we have been improving our stats with the glyphs a little bit. I wouldn't say we are, you know, shitting in proverbial high cotton, as they say, but we are definitely seeing some improvement with our damage. Doesn't mean we're ready to take on Mephisto. I hope we are, but
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
out of the way. And this is the wrong way, but that's okay. My God. Some of these guys you just think, are they bulletproof or what? Because that guy should be dead. Or gal. Finally, good lord. What was she, made of Wolverine's bones? And we are over halfway to our next seasonal cache, which will get us a mythic pull, so we'll see what happens. That, okay. I mean, we're doing fine as far as time goes, but I really don't know where the hell the next level is. Oh, it's got to be that way. There's blue in there. We are getting glints of hope. Oh, and we're already there. Good, I'll take it. Go.
I think that's it.
I don't remember. Some of these web pages, man. Spirit is the one they want me. Nah, chose the wrong one. Oh well. Okay. So we got that. Let's recover, cycle. Next item up for bids is... The world boss is up in an hour. Undercity. And again, I'm not really looking to do... Hi, Wild Arms. Good to see you. I'm not really looking to, like, find the best, the latest and the greatest on this stuff. I'm just trying to clear it so we can get credit for it. That's all. And once we do, we'll be able to move into Torment 10 and go from there. And we can still do these battle plans, especially when it comes to getting, because I know one of the things, if we are able to beat Mephisto, one of the things that I want to do is, that'll get us to our next area, getting things up to the next, getting 5 of those things up to level 5 is part of the last chapter of Seasonal. And we have 4 of them up to level 5, so we would need to get one more, which would either be Infernal Hordes or Helltide or Lair Bosses, and Lair Bosses are going to be the one we're highest up on, so there's a reason why I'm doing Lair Bosses. Whenever we can. Get that up to level 5. Bad, not bad. Na, 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 na. I've been very pleased with our performance here on doing this, though. Once again, you're doing stuff and you're figuring out stuff, and it's all you gotta do with your playstyle, guys.
You have strength. I wonder, are your fangs as sharp as mine?
Oh, they're sharper, bitch. Oh, we have, okay. Whisper Tree cash. Might as well go ahead and cash that in since we're here. Helms or salvage. I'll do helms in that case. More XP. There we go. Next item up for bids is Beast in the Ice. That's going to be another lair boss. That's why I took it. They're quick. That's not that's not him. That's him. Ooh, okay. Is we can get him before he starts his stupid little hurricane thing. That'd be great. We got him. More set charms and a unique charm. Oh, Belial. Didn't expect you, but you're about to eat it. I did win. Oh, no room. That's okay. Of course, nothing in there was worth a damn. I know we're probably going to have
What do you need?
stuff later. Cleanse the pit. Yep, I figured that would happen. Almost done with it. That's right, baby.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Of course you're being followed. I am pretty pleased, I have to say. We're as doomed can be, I must say. Yes. $18,000 on the Glints of Hope. Oh, already. There he is. He's got a little bit of chutzpah to him. There we go. Another set charm. Can never remember the order. It's alright though, we got him up to 90. Get rid of... Yeah, there I go again.
Swinging
Yep.
away.
I did it again. I am so good at hitting town portal without trying to hit town portal. One more nightmare dungeon, and then that will clear that off for us.
We're under attack!
Yeah, you are. You might hit the glint of hope here. Oops, well, the butcher just was here, and he just got wrecked. And we are, what, 3/4 of the way to our next level up too. So while we've not been really focusing on leveling, that's about to change. Once we're done with this, there's going to be a lot more Hell Tides that we're going to do. Hell Tides are going to be where we're going to get a lion's share of our experience. And going from there. And Heradric's storeroom is over here. I don't have high hopes for it, but we'll check it out. Test of agility. Let's see how this turns out. I almost had maximum immunity there. It's all good. Like I said, nothing. Nothing. Another set charm, okay. We're not under a time limit here. Oh, we did get our glint of hope too, so after this we'll have a mythic pull. We're still looking for, of course, elites and champions and stuff like that, because that's going to be next. The next item up for bids on our seasonal, which we've not completed yet. Luckily, those are found anywhere, so it's not going to be that big of a deal to find them. It's just the sheer number we have to kill is a lot. That's all. Den Mother, of course. And another set charm. And another set charm. Okay, well. That unique one. And a set charm here. Let's see. No. 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 Close, but no. Close, but no. 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 And no. Okay. So first things up. Let's get this cache out of the way. And then open this. Oh, there's a lot here we're gonna have to, okay. Let's just
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
That's it for that piece.
That's it for that piece. Okay. We do have two caches here. I didn't realize we had this one. And now this one. Okay, so that's good news. Getting all that out of the way. Now we have enough of these to do a mythic. Not looking. No, not what I wanted. And no. Yes, you will be there. All right, now that that's done, let's go ahead and adjust our difficulty for 10. We did. The only thing left for the seasonal that we're on right now is going to be Monster Mash, which we are working on. We're under 2,000 away from getting that. And then Mephisto. And since we are still a second away from doing that, if we can beat Mephisto, that'll take us to these next rewards. We've already got that one. We've got that one too. That one we haven't. Torment 12. We haven't opened up Torment 12. Maybe we won't do Mephisto because it's we have a Helltide coming up. And we can now where are we? Oh, we have level up with the pit. Okay. Whatever. That's level 6. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We would need one more to go to level 7. Don't worry about that right now. Let's go out and level some shit up. No problem. Let's just look at what we have to do here. Okay, Harbingers, Cinders, Demons. That's actually, they all go in hand, so that won't be that difficult. Nope. We definitely want those guys, though. Because they drop experience orbs. Nothing wrong with experience orbs, guys. At all. Did we get all the cinders already? Wow. Yeah, 200 cinders already. Now this is Torment 10, so things are going to be worth more XP, but they're going to take some more punishment too. Another set charm. 6. Okay. Just noticing we're going to see a Hellborn coming out, which means there's going to be Harbingers and all that. Plus demons are now almost off the menu. Here comes the Hellborn. We should get 4 Harbingers out of this. And a blackmailer. And 2 more set charms. Okay. Yeah, the Hellborn has a lot more chutzpah to him, but we're in really no danger. This, clearing this off will give us a Whisper Tree cache. Noticing where Glints of Hope are going way up, and that's because we are fighting a lot more named enemies out in the Helltide. They appear much more frequently, I believe. Not really. We still need a Harbinger as well. But the route we're going, we're going to start popping up here. Leveled up. Looks like someone's helping us out. There wasn't one Harbinger in there? There we go, Harbingers are down. And our Glints of Hope, we're almost, okay, you can tell we're almost at our next one already. There's one with the Hope. There's our ruptures. We got our Whisper Tree cache. We still got this other one to go though, and we are just pounding and getting pounded, and this is good. That, guys, was a lot of XP right there. That was awesome. That wasn't just good, that was awesome. We got another glint of hope there, plus a third of the way to our next one. Whisper Tree cache, and we leveled up. For this node, we're looking for... willpower, and I think we've gotten all the willpower, haven't we? I don't see any more willpower. Oh, there's one. Oh, we already got that one. Or no, we didn't. Yeah, we did. Okay, so we did the willpower. Exploit is the next one, which would be this one. For every intelligence purchased. So we need intelligence on this one. That's going to be those. And it's got to be within range, so they need a better way of showing you what's actually in range.
Come back if you need the forge.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, where's the Whisper Tree cache? It's right there.
It is done.
Thought I... Oh. Okay.
That looks worn. I can see the forge is
Then you should
always
fix
hot.
it. Got it. Okay. These are the best way to get XP that I have seen. Not to mention, it's going to help you out with your Glints of Hope. Yeah, so there's something. There's someone helping us still. And we don't need these, but for anything, but I want them for the experience, and I definitely want them for the boss kills and the glints. We're halfway to our next glint of hope already. Okay. Shit. Poison. 'Twas the poison. Oh, what? That poison, man. It's on you. I don't know who's got it. But that was a drizzling shits right there. Of course, got to remember we're on Torment 10, so they do hit harder and things do mean a little more. I don't need you anymore. Alright. Make anybody mad. it out, check it out. There's another glint. There's 2 down. And if we look at our thing now, we're now 4,800, almost 4,900. So we're actually doing really well with these two, because you just get a lot more of these named enemies when you're doing this stuff. The Butcher. Someone's got the Butcher's out for somebody. I don't think the Butcher's out for me, but maybe they're about to be. Oh my goodness. Is there somebody else here? Because that's a lot of destruction, and I don't use a lot of ice, but I think there's, I don't know. Yeah, there's somebody else here now. I really want his XP, but we're taking whatever we can get. Another Helltide Assassin. We've already whipped your ass, Seabass. Desi and I are talking about maybe going to see Spider-Man tomorrow afternoon. I guess we'll see. Once again, we're on Torment 10 here. Hey there, Hariyama. Bless Shield. Yeah, just sneak one in here. Next season, if we stream it next season, which I'd like to, it'll be a Warlock. I won't play Paladin again next season. I like to switch it up a little bit. Got you there. Ooh, golly, look at that. What's the shield on Warlock? Is that... Don't remember hearing about the Blessed Shield on Warlocks. The experience needs to be balanced a little better, because we're not gaining nearly as much experience as we should be, considering this is Torment 10. That's 264. Well, you know, you could always get the game yourself. It'll go on sale. We're almost at 5,000. If anybody understands that, it's me. I completely understand. Every penny of money I'm getting from Rumble, I'm saving for whatever they're doing next, whether it'll be a PC or the new Xbox or what. Some things I can sneak by Desi. That PCs are not one of them. Getting a budget that you can count on is difficult. We just have all sorts of dudes here. Of course, one of the nice things, I guess, if I do end up getting a gaming PC is I can make a list where people can gift me games and such. Not that people are gifting me a lot of stuff right now as it is, but... Let me go, baby. Oh, come on. I think we got another glint of hope out of that. I don't know how many that is, if it's 3 or 4. We'll check when we get into town to repair. Gaming is definitely becoming more of a much more expensive hobby than it was, though, which is why I'm glad I have a deep physical library of stuff I can dive into anytime I want. Good shape. I killed 10,000 rats. Okay. Go us. Whoa! Something popped me and I have no idea what it was. No idea what popped me. Well, we definitely have enough for a mythic pull now. Yeah, something popped me. I don't know what it was, if it was that butcher or what, but it just... He just came on and said, "Pimp slap," and that was it.
Mainlander. What's back to it then?
Got to it, yes. DED is the damn truth. Look at all these damn things. Flicker step. That's a lot of uniques. That'll be another further mythic pull for us. So let's check that out.
Step up to my anvil.
Okay, now we got that. Cathedral Song, that's exactly what I have. Only critical strength, physical resistance. Spear of the Heavens. Nah. Seems like a wash. I kind of like having what I've got.
You know where to find me.
Ah.
What is a fortress, isn't it? Taken apart, melted down.
No. Oh, I forgot to forgot to repair. Out of that poison. Okay. Take the XP orb for certain. I have no idea whether there's any rifts or anything. There's one. Two. Get out of that explosion. That is a sorcerer or something that's got the Ring of Fire. I remember using that. Over 5,000 now on the champions and whatnot, so we're under 1,600 to go. Or about 1,600 to go. And we're halfway to our next glint of hope, so... I can't tell how many of these we have open, but it's okay. I'm just soaking up the XP. not bad. Just the carnage here is just something else. We're about to hit our next glint of hope. See? Da-da-da-da-do, not bad at all. Not bad for Torment 10. We've died a couple of times, but that's going to happen with growing pains and whatnot. All the stuff that I have not looted. Now you expecting correctly. I have almost 3,000 cinders. We're like, you should spend these before the Helltide goes away. Not really worried about that as much as I'm worried about other stuff. About a third of the way to our next level up. That part slowed way down. The first 200 levels of Paragon were like, oh, we were there already. And then after 200, it has slowed way down. We're that close to another Helltide Harbinger, or another Helltide Hellborn. Might as well save it for the next Helltide.
There's that.
And that brings our thing down. We're over 5,100 now. So just spending that little time there on that Helltide really bumped that up for Monster Mash. I mean, that's really, really good. I swear, if we can do this, this would be amazing, but I don't know if we'll be able to. Got a lot of thickness to him. There you are, Desi. I'm glad you're all right. I was wondering where you were. Hope everything's going okay for you. No, no, no.
These people can be saved.
So this is not insta-death the way that Lilith was, so kind of gives you a false sense of hope. There's a third. This is his first form, too. I think he's got 2 forms, maybe 3. Come on, we almost got him halfway on his first form. I have a feeling that when he remembers who he is just going to stomp a mud hole in me, but we'll see. Whoa! Halfway. About to go dizzy on us again. I will cuss my ass off if we end up beating him. Because remember, this is Torment 10, guys. This is by no means a cakewalk. If this was run normally, it'd already be dead, but... Yeah, he's definitely got his, he is thick, and not in the good way. Come on, baby. Well, this might not be the prettiest of all time, but we are doing it somewhat until he remembers who he is. Unless this is it. If this is not it. But if they don't give us... Alright, is that... No. Shit! I didn't think so. We tried. Okay, so we're getting there. Okay, so our map, as soon as our new Helltide pops up, we're going to pop out there, and we're going to do more Helltide-ish things. Alright, our Helltide's right there. We have Blood Maiden, Harbingers, of course, Slay Demons, and then Rituals. No problem. Pretty much the same old shit we were just doing. And exactly why I wanted to hang on. Oh, I died, so the hell meter reset. Never mind. Ha 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 ha. Do I have something that... No, I don't do the frozen stuff. That's somebody else. want to do it again, I'll play along. I gotta go back and get my Whisper Tree cache though.
Duty's done.
Bunch of crap that was. Bunch of shit. I have full up. And we have no pandemonium fragments, so really? Crap, crap, crap. Oh, do we have... Okay. This will get us both of our tears. Not that I'm really worried about that. More worried about the XP and killing the champions and elites. But hey, we're almost halfway to our level up, so I'll take that as well. The butcher's out there after somebody. Don't know where he is. He ain't coming after me, so. I think we did get another Glint of Hope cache. So that would probably be 2, right? Alright. Now should we, our Hellborn's gonna come through, and so are our Harbingers, so. Ooh, that's someone else's Hellborn. Not ours. Got credit for 2 ruptures. I don't think I got credit for any Harbingers, though. Hellborn's down. And then we're over halfway to our next cache too. So we're doing it. Welcome back, Jack. Good to see you. Come on, baby. Where does that put us there? 51, almost 5,200. Control leader escaped. Nobody cares. And get those things with those electric pylons. Those are a pain in the ass. We're halfway to our next level up too, so we're getting there. Cow level is actually good for farming seasonal points. There's a cow level? Did they actually put a cow level in this one? I always thought that was a myth until the second game anyway. I'm really trying to farm everything for the most part. Experience and kill elites and champions so we can get that. BS quest chain is painful. I believe it. Who's coming in? There he is. People move. We'll unlock it for them. Yeah, I didn't know there was a cow level. They must have added that when I wasn't aware of it. There was the joke behind the cow level, for those who might not know, because Diablo is a legacy franchise that's over 30 years old now, was in the first game, there was and the internet did exist, but it was one of those urban legend kind of things, where it was like, did you know there's a cow level in Diablo? And people swore up and down there was a cow level. There was no cow level in the original Diablo. There might be now with mods and whatnot, but there wasn't in the original version of it. And then in Diablo 2, I think it was, they actually did add a cow level as a joke. Lord of Hatred DLC. Okay, so they added it just recently. I must have gotten credit for the Harbingers already, because I have killed quite a few Harbingers, and I'm not seeing any sort of... We have 2 Hellborns out. My God. The carnage here is bananas. MTT later reaches Diablo 1. I just know it was a big rumor in Diablo 1 because I played it when it first came out, or when it first came out, I'd buy a PC for it. But I remember it being like you would play online with people, and they were like, "Did you know there's a cow level?" And it's like, "Where is it?" And it's like, I don't know. I've not seen it." But my friend's friend of a cousin of whoever, the other day was telling me that they had found the cow level. Very similarly to the nude code from Tomb Raider that doesn't exist. And again, with mods now, it probably does. But back in the day, during the days of Tomb Raider, the original Tomb Raider, the old rumor was Nude Raider. There was a Nude Raider code. And there really wasn't. Yeah, maybe. All I know is in the original cut it didn't exist. And it was a internet urban legend, and it was before it is now, where people find stuff in minutes or days or hours of something coming out. People find all the bugs, and they can look up assets that are in the code and all that. Back then we didn't really have that. At least not many of us did. Same as, me being a big Final Fantasy VI fan, my favorite game of all time is Final Fantasy VI. The interwebs in the mid-90s were run rampant with rumors that you could revive General Leo in Final Fantasy VI. I remember if you're in the Phoenix Cave and you can ride a chocobo over there. There's a special chocobo hidden in somewhere and all that. I dissected that cave and went all the way through it several times. There's no way to revive General Leo. Of course, now with mods and everything on the original coding, I'm sure you can, but yeah, back then you couldn't. Here they come. Yeah, I can imagine. The thing is now you can't. There's really not a way to have legends like that as it used to be. It's the same thing as when I was in grade school. You would go to school and you'd be in class and some guy would say, someone I was in class with would say, "Hey, my uncle got Zelda 2. He got it at the Kmart over in Timbuktu," and you go, "Really?" So then you go to the store looking for Zelda 2 because you didn't know it was out yet, and it wasn't. Ooh, a mythic seal. Alright, stop it already. Jesus, tap dancing Christ. Give me the mythic seal. It's just stuff you can't get away with now because there's too many people that they can get into the code of the game and see what assets that are there and things like that. You just can't get away with that stuff anymore. Another mythic seal. This one equipped as one of righteous will, iron faith, not dauntless. I don't have that. Either of them. I have Light's Epiphany. But the stats is not bad. That brought all my stats up a little, so we'll see how that works. Easter egg. Which Easter egg is that?
Forge is ready. Come back if you need the forge.
I don't think we have. I think we're still missing one thing. How are we doing on this? Yeah, almost 5,300. We're just tearing through that. 6! So we do have enough for a mythic pull. Let's do it. Okay, first, we gotta do this. Kind of one at a time.
Back to it then.
It is.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Oh, my insanity. Multiple steps in playing a minigame. Learn The Witcher and Cyberpunk game worlds. And a slight connection for choice. Oh, really? Easter eggs like that are cool. Where they kind of recognize, yeah, we know you guys are big fans and play this and play that. Those are very cool. Okay.
Oh, that's it for that piece.
Let's see. Let's roll it up. It's a shield. No good.
Step up to my anvil.
Heir to Perdition, useless.
You know where to find me.
I do indeed. Well, we definitely know the next Witcher game is coming out. They've announced that. Yeah. Of course, I read the other day that apparently there's a rumor going around that CD Projekt Red might turn around and do more DLC for Cyberpunk, which I wouldn't mind, because one of the things that kind of bothered me about Cyberpunk is there's really no quote-unquote happy ending. Every one of them is, like, not good in some way or another. But V wasn't a nice guy, so I guess, you know, that's how it worked. Or gal, depending on how you played. That is a lot of dudes. What in the hell? Oh my god. Get out of the... Definitely take the experience orbs. Or the bang. Yeah. I always like to believe in redemption, though, and that's like, none of the endings are like, geez, okay. No redemption for V, no matter how good of a dude you are or gal if you are at the end of the game. It's like, yeah, you're either going to lose all your power, you're going to die alone, or you can go commit seppuku. You know, there's always that. Hi, Jessica. I'm talking right now. If you're asking in private, no, I don't really have the ability to, but if you want to talk to me on Twitter or something, we can do that, but I don't quite know what you mean by talking or chatting. We're doing it right now. Come on, baby. Whooping of ass is going on here. Come on, come on, come on. As long as you're just not trying to sell me something either, because that's something else I deal with a lot. Silver socket and the Icy Legend, yeah. I remember playing when I streamed it when I streamed it like last year or something. I did the DLC and I was like, they said, well, we can cure you, and then it ended up being like a 6-month. Your guy, you know, V is up in a coma for 6 months or something like that. And it's like, jeez. And Panem leaves you and all that. It was like, that's not good. It's like you with any cybernetics. Oh, look at you. No other portals open right now. There's a portal right there. And another portal. This should get us some stuff here. Now we'll see what they do with the next game. I enjoyed Cyberpunk for the most part. Okay, got another glint of hope. I think that puts us one away from another pull of a mythic. And we're 3/4 away from our next level, or 1/4 away from our next level up. So we are just whipping the hell out of these things. Maybe they will for the next one. Maybe they didn't expect it. Nose is itching. Come on. Here we go. Go, go, go. Oh, there he is. I was wondering where the hell he was. Da, da, da. Pissed off hell again. Oh, gotta help this time. And he's a whirly barbarian, so he's stronger than I am. As the Whirly Barbarians are the strongest character class in the game this season. Another mythic. Oh, wow. Another mythic seal dropped. All the more reason to keep this shit going the way we are. Or was it a mythic seal? I don't know what it was. Yeah, it'd have been a mythic tribute, maybe, to the Undercity. That's probably what it was. We got it, got it, got it, got it. There we go, there we go. Alright, more. Take the experience orbs. I don't know what. I don't know what purple it dropped. It's probably one of those. Just a guess. And that should put us at, yep, 3 Pandemonium fragments. 3 pandemonium fragments.
I can break that down.
I'm gonna take a quick bio break real quick. Just simply because it's a good time to do it. So give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Gizmos at Aldi. We have butter. I'm debating what to make for dinner tonight, so that's what I'm doing. In case you're wondering, I'm going through my brain. What am I making for dinner tonight? I'm thinking, is I gonna? I have an idea. I gotta make Desi happy. That's the important thing, making Desi happy. All right, let's go back out and fry some more bad guys. Oh, hi. There's Alucard. PlayStation dug themselves in the hole. Real deal, but who am I? Consumer, what do I know? Well, it's... Sony is going to get themselves in a situation where they're going to find out. You know, if I'm being honest here, I'm not going to sit here and predict that Sony's going to, you know, go out of business. No, I don't think that at all. But they could definitely be giving up their crown of being the top gaming company. Like I said yesterday, Sony is under the impression their first-party content is what's going to carry them into the next generation, and it's not. There's someone there. They don't have near the library of desired first-party titles that they think they do. 4 priorities, okay. Console, Minecraft, yeah, bigger franchise, expand games and movies, TV. The last one I don't is the last one's a goal for a lot of people. I get that, and that's not just video games, but comic books and things like that too. Novels, I understand that. To me, that's no. What you need to do is shore up your base first. First and foremost, shore up your base and expand get your player count to know you are in their corner and that you are there for them. They don't have that right now, and they could gain it easily because Sony's giving it up. I'm interested to see what Asha's going to do, but I don't. I still believe that we're not going to see. I think Sony and Microsoft want the same thing, and Microsoft wanted it first. Yeah, I agree. They most certainly are. I agree with that wholeheartedly. There is meat on the bone for a console company willing to go out and put the work in and do what the audience, what a portion of the audience wants, and that's physical media. If that's Sony, if that's Nintendo, that's where you go to Nintendo and say, "Hey guys, maybe piss off on the key cards and actually focus on real physical media. You could win just as easily." And Nintendo does have the first party library that people would desire. Sony does not. Microsoft kinda does. If they really wanted to, I guess. But Nintendo with Zelda and Mario and Metroid and Pokemon, they have the first party library that if they manage their business properly, they could stick a knife into Sony the same way that Sony did to them back in the 90s. Frickin' Harbingers. They did, and they built an industry that's lasted. They revived an industry that's lasted for the last 40 years. All they have to do is go back to formula and do what they basically popularized, and they could very well run away with this generation and the next. But it's got to be they have to do it themselves, you know. That should be our fourth one, so let's go ahead and cash that in, see if we get. Yeah, they've saved the industry once before. The industry's not going to die. Let's just get rid of the doomsday scenario right now. The gaming industry is going to continue. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. That being said, the AAA gaming space really needs help, and Uh, oh, did I? Nope.
What is a Tetris, isn't it? Back to it then.
Nope.
Step up to my anvil.
I remember what happened in the 80s. You had Atari was the rule in the roost. And basically, the Atari had made several problems with gaming back then.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
But one of the things that they did that really upset the apple cart was they spent a lot of money on franchises and IPs that didn't perform, like Pac-Man and ET, but they also piss off all their developers. Developers wanted to be known for their stuff the same way that a director of a movie is, recognized. They wanted that, and Atari said, "Piss off! Go piss up a rope. Nobody cares." And a fun little fact about that is that the result of that was Activision. Activision was founded by a bunch of that were disgruntled with Atari for not giving them their due recognition for providing quality entertainment. Yeah. I knew we were getting there with the end of the Helltide. Makes me feel like I should have waited on the Hellborn, but it's okay. With what we're doing, it doesn't really matter. No, they never learn. Yeah, the people who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And the industry's come a long way, but and again, the industry's not going to die. Okay, let's just be completely honest here. The industry's not going anywhere, but AAA gaming is definitely on its back legs right now, and that's because for a long time they have provided substandard entertainment for premium prices, and instead of owning up to it and saying, yeah, you know what, guys, we kind of effed up on that one, they turn around and they blame the audience and call the audience names. Samara Weaving, I don't know who that is. If she's playing Emma Frost, she'd better be hot. I'm just saying. Emma Frost is supposed to be, like, stunningly hot. Is she stunningly hot? When we go back to town here in a second, I'll look and see who we're talking about here. She was the third in the third Bill and Ted movie. Okay. I'll look her up here in a minute. stairs. Her uncle is Hugo Weaving. Well, it doesn't. I never considered Hugo Weaving to be an attractive man, so I don't know if that's a good thing or not. But then again, Sylvester Stallone is not an attractive man either, but his daughters definitely are. Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that, and I did. Oh well. And the Helltide is over. Oh, but mine, are they still warping in on me? Who cares? Let's see who we're talking about here. Samara Weaving. All right. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I can Sly did just turn 80. I could get behind that casting. She's pretty. She didn't look like her uncle. That's good. Just saying that, you know, I know there's this big thing about things looking to be disproportional in movies, and you know how there's, you know, body shaming and things like that. There are characters out there that are supposed to be a certain way because that's what they use that to their advantage, and Emma Frost is one of them. January Jones was great in the role. She's crazier than a pet coon, but she definitely pulled it off. She pulled off the hotness of the role. That's for damn sure. But there are characters, male or female, who use their looks to their advantage. A great example that they effed up was Miranda. Who wouldn't prefer Sydney Sweeney, quite frankly? You take care, Hariyama. Thank you for being here. We'll try Mephisto again. He's pretty thick, though. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it without help, quite honestly. But as I was saying, Miranda in Mass Effect is genetically engineered to look the way that she looks. She uses her looks to her advantage, and that's supposed to be her character. So, and she does things to show off what she's got because that's how she distracts. She distracts, and she you know, as a spy, and gets you know, gets her way that way, and that is her character. So when you take away her using her wiles to get her way, then you're really kind of defanging the character. Hi, Angry Ankle. Sydney Sweeney should play Lady Death. Well, Lady Death. Woohoo! You're talking about a character there that's everything's going all right. Just trying to level up and finish off some of the stuff on the seasonal card here. Haven't been able to take out Mephisto yet, but it took me a week to do Lilith, so it might take me that long to do Mephisto too. Who knows? If I can do it. Well, Sydney Sweeney's already been in a technically MC adjacent production, so Another unique charm, okay. What unique charm is that? No, nothing that I want. That's true. You're right. Didn't stop him before. Now there's recasting, which is something they seem to have forgotten how to do. Yeah, Mephisto's pretty tough, so... Lil, once I got my defense up some, she couldn't one-shot me anymore, I was able to take her out. Mephisto doesn't one-shot you. At least he didn't really one-shot me. Come on, baby. There is a Lady Death side-scrolling beat-em-up coming out later this year. I have a physical copy of it pre-ordered. A lot of stars have played multiple roles in either ECU or DCU. I know that there's been crossover between the DCU and the MCU, but hasn't been a lot of people who play different roles in the MCU that I remember. It does look cool. That's why I pre-ordered it. Because I wanted it, and I want it physically because it's, again, a licensed game. Oh. It's done. Okay, here we go. Really? How about let me warp my way out instead of killing you? Wouldn't that be nice? Assholes. Okay, so we have now a new Helltide. Oh, and we're right there. How about that? So, Blood Maiden, of course. Only 2 Ruptures. Harbingers, of course. Open Gifts. We can do that. And then Demons. Okay. No problem. And we're getting close to a level up. How are we doing on the seasonal? 1100-ish away. Look at that. Okay. Oop. Is that a Harbinger? If that's a Harbinger, that's good. Not track it. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is a Harbinger. Now I see it. So it hasn't really been tracking. Getting glints of hope. I think we need 3 caches to get our next mythic full. I can tell you who probably won't be involved with the MCU at all will be Dakota Johnson. Dakota Johnson could, when she was doing her Madam Web press tour, I don't think I've ever seen someone so disinterested she knew her movie was a piece of shit. And she didn't want anything to do with the press tour, but she was contractually obligated to do it. Tombi's on. Well, if Tombi is able to do Mephisto, we can do it together. I don't think he's ever added me to BattleNet, quite honestly. That is not what I want. This up here is, though. Nope. Give me those. Those are experience orbs. Yep. Give me those experience orbs. I want them. I want them all. Oh yeah, he says kitties. Okay. Now he asked me for my BattleNet earlier this month, and I gave it to him, but I don't think he's ever. I mean, he's never added me. So I. But then again, he's never. I say he's never. He's got. I have messages to him, DMs to him on Twitter. He's not seen, so I don't know what the deal is. But he's been busy. Everybody's got stuff going on, myself included. Yeah, he works. Well, he's been working on streamers a lot, and which is great. One of the things I definitely need to do, I'm hoping to do it this weekend, alongside me reworking a couple of things on my thing, is to get some of his things that he's been working on. Crux of the False Prophet.
Your death will be swift.
It will not. I mean, it probably will. When I'm gone, I'm gone. What the hell? Here I am trying to go cash in these Whisper Tree things, and only kitties. Only kitties. Only kitties is funny.
What will it be?
Take that. Boy, we are a gnat's nut hair away from leveling up, too.
It is done.
We'll take that. Oh, I should have taken the gem fragments. I forgot. Because as far as gems go, we are still... I have enough for 1 grand ruby. About diamonds. 3. I need enough for 1 more diamond so we can do that. And skulls. I have enough for 2 skulls. Well, mine, my PS Plus is up in, you're right, Grizzly's always busy. That man has a serious work ethic. my PS Plus is up in March of next year or April. I've canceled mine, so we'll see what they do and what they say. But here's our level up. Mine's up. Mine's canceled, and I have the PS Plus games that I've got because I've been a member of PS Plus for the better part of 15 years. I'm giving up a lot of games. But there's no sense. I mean, the only ones that I play are ones I already own, so I don't really see the deal. Here we go. We got Harbingers down. Another unique charm. Okay. Okay, where's... Orange chest is down there. We need to open up 3 chests. He's got a lot going on, so I don't, I try not to bother him too much. And we have an ancestral set charm. Really, guys? I opened that chest. Rumble time! Welcome, hi Malakard. How was your day? Was it? I hope it was better than the last couple of days. I know this week was pretty trying for you. I hope it was a good day, a better day than usual. And Rumble hours are sweet. More Rumble hours, the better. Higher my payout. And Enigma needs all the payouts he can get, guys. It was alright? Well, alright's better than what it was. I know, like, the last 2 days you were, like, beside yourself. Good way to get our levels. Oh, we leveled. I forgot to level. Oh well. We'll get it. Everybody wants to be in the MCU. It's not surprising. I don't know. I'm obsessed. Okay. Well, of course she wants it. She was it obsessed that people are going nuts for her. So wouldn't it surprise me if not only that, if Marvel was interested in her. Maybe not for Mystique, but what they need to do between y'all, me, and the gatepost here, they need to make sure they nail Rogue, whoever they get to play Rogue in the MCU, because one of the weaknesses of the original X-Men films was Rogue was Anna Paquin. Nothing against her personally, of course, but Rogue is supposed to be outspoken and very confident. At least that's the way she presents herself, and that's not the way she presented herself in those, or that's not how she was presented in those movies at all. There's a glint of hope. So they really need to make sure they get Rogue right. So, and it's going to have to be, they're going to get a hot chick who can do a southern accent and who can be confident and at the same time vulnerable. No, not surprising. Pixar will, it's Disney stuff.
This is fine, as far as the town is
It is done.
Crap. One fragment. But that's the thing, is that they're going to have to nail Rogue's casting, and that's going to be the hardest one.
You can take what's left.
Because again, they didn't, in the original films, they kind of fumbled her. Hell yeah. Oh, I forgot to level up again. Keep on giving me those glints of hope and experience. And these kills for our seasonal. Of course, there's still people out there who think that Hugh Jackman should have never been Wolverine. He is too tall for the role, but one thing I'll say about Jackman is he respects the role, and one thing Jackman has never done is attack the fans. Jackman has been very, very gracious towards the fans of X-Men and Wolverine, because he knows Hugh Jackman would be nobody here right now in the United States or in the West, really, or outside of Australia, if it wasn't for Wolverine. Now stop it with the reading. Got demons all over the damn place, and you stop to read a damn book. There's a glint of hope. Yeah, he's done a great job, and he continues to do a great job. He's probably not done. Rumors are abound that he's got at least another appearance left in him. Possibly in December. That's the rumor, anyway. And if the rumors after that are led to believe as to what will happen, I wouldn't be shocked if he were going to be in one after that as well. We've been tested since we got here, old Subo. That's the rumor, is that he's not done as Wolverine. Wouldn't surprise me if these would be his last couple of outings. But that just shows you what, getting that big Marvel bag of cash, what it means to people. that Marvel Brinks truck comes up to your house and you're set for a while. Look at all the carnage. Another effing set charm. We might have enough after this to do another mythic pull if we don't already. We have just been whipping the hell out of stuff out here. We're under 1,000 away from a glint of hope, and I think that might be enough to get us another mythic pull. There we go, got a mythic pull. We got a glint of hope there. We are just pounding these guys. And we're got another Hellborn coming up. We had another one open up while we were doing that, so look. We got a Hellborn. We had a Hellborn. I don't even see where the rift is, but that's okay. It doesn't matter.
Let's stay only as long as we need to.
Pretty sure we have enough for a mythic pull. And we did level. Yep, I did level up. Yep, that'll be enough. Hugh Jackman confirms the winner Secret Wars will officially be his final time playing Wolverine. So he is admitting he's going to be in Secret Wars. Okay, that's what I had heard. Because I had heard he's going to be in Doomsday, and even though he's not advertised.
Taken apart. Melted down.
Ah! Aha! Aha ha ha! That is a 2-star Harlequin's Crest. So let's... That's why we're doing this with Mythics. And technically he said he was done playing it after Logan, but we know how that turned out.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring?
Now this does have maximum life, so we'll put that in for maximum life. That was the wrong one.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
I wasted the materials on that. This is the one we want maximum life on.
You know where to find me.
I do indeed. There we go. So the new Harlequin's crest is 2-star. So, and it did give us more of a more strength. So 242 strength plus a nice bump up in maximum life plus another bump up in maximum life. So we are now looking at our strength is way up from where it was. Maximum life. Those are capped. I love this. We are. Those are all capped. Oh, those are damage. What am I looking at? That's damage. Maximum life is now 33,000. So that's good. And our resistances are pretty good too. We're all right. And for the season, 5,800. We're under 1,000 now away. But yeah, I have to really, I admire Hugh Jackman for being as humble of the role that he has had throughout the years. It would have been so easy for him to get the big head and act like a complete dick. Yeah, I'm Wolverine, of course I am, but no, he was really never that way. He was always been very humble and very grateful to the fans that have supported him. And that's something that, quite frankly, we need to see a lot more coming out of Hollywood, is some sort of contrition and some sort of you know, thankfulness towards the, because if the fans didn't like him, he wouldn't be there anymore. It's just they would have cast somebody else. But he's respected the role. He's respected the fans. Good for him. And I remember him saying years ago, back, I think it was back right before Logan, where they said, hey, will anything bring you back? And I remember him saying something to the effect of, yeah, like if Wolverine could join the Avengers, something like that. I remember reading something like that. I could be wrong, but that was, you know, Fox hadn't bought, or Disney hadn't bought Fox at that point. So it was like, yeah, maybe he might have said it in jest. He wanted a big bowl of Avengers cash. That's what he wanted. Offer to selling. That's under 20,000 yen on the flea market. Yeah, don't buy anything from scalpers. Scalpers are the scum of the earth. We're about to hit another Hellborn here. You got your copy. I would buy it, but I've already got it. I didn't know they were doing physical copies, or I would have done it physically, but I got the Switch versions digitally back when they first came out years ago. I wish I'd have known they were waiting to do them physically, and I would have waited. But those are both collections, both Capcom arcade collections are damn good. Another glint of hope earned. Probably wasn't planned at first. You're probably right. They need to do one. They need to bring out some more for licensed stuff. Aliens versus Predator alone would make a lot of money for Capcom if they could get together with Disney to make it. Oh yeah, and that would be Disney, because Disney now owns Aliens and Predator since they bought Fox. So they could. Capcom, what are you doing? You work with Disney all the time. Get that shit out. Get Aliens vs. Predator arcade out there. You charge about $15 a pop for it, maybe $30. You know, if you want it physically, I would do it. I'd want it physically. Well, they should do it then. Where is my copy of Blood Rain collection, by the way? I gotta look that up. I bought Blood Rain collection a couple months ago, and it's not here yet. Probably look at that. There are other games that they did their license too that are really good. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs is a favorite of mine. That's a great game in the arcades. I don't know who owns the rights to that now. That would have to probably be a legal maneuvering, but they could do Aliens versus Predator. Just because I'm curious. Diddy Kong Racing is a rare game. You know as well as I do, Nintendo wouldn't sign off on that. They wouldn't. If anyone's going to do anything with Diddy Kong Racing, it's going to be Nintendo. But actually, they'd have to partner with Microsoft. Now that I think about it, because of Rare, Diddy Kong Racing was a Rare game. Oh, you meant Rare as in the company who made it? Yeah. This is me thinking out loud. They're preparing it for shipping. I sent that in March. Pre-order is locked. Total quantities are being defined. So where is it? And where's my copy of Halo, Alucard? No, they never made a sequel. There are people out there who think Diddy Kong is better than Mario Kart, and that is perfectly cool. That is an opinion that people have. I'm not saying that they shouldn't. But I know that what we mean now is since Rare made the game when they were partnered with Nintendo, now that Rare is owned by Microsoft, anything that Nintendo does that is Rare, if they're going to release something, you know, on from the like Donkey Kong 64, for instance, is a Rare title. They had to partner. Microsoft is getting a cut of that being available on there. GoldenEye on the N64, same exact way. Diddy Kong Racing would be the same way. Rare and Nintendo. I am stunned that Nintendo did not have some sort of deal in place where they get the code and rights to all the stuff that Rare made for them. That is a very un-Nintendo-like thing. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country, all that stuff. And then Microsoft gets a little bit of a kickback because of the fact that they own Rare, and I am shocked. I am shocked that Nintendo allowed that to happen. Hell tide's up in 6 minutes. I think we already have one glint of hope saved up. And we're about to get a second. We're halfway to a second. Could be wrong about that. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. Maybe. Maybe, but that is a very un-Nintendo-like thing to do, to let that have happen, is for someone else, because of stuff like Donkey Kong. The original Donkey Kong, as I talked about yesterday. The original arcade board, the original arcade coding of Donkey Kong was not owned by Nintendo until about a decade ago. Now, Nintendo had remade Donkey Kong a billion times because they own the character, they own the game. The company who owned the original code couldn't do anything with it because it wasn't theirs. They couldn't re-release it or anything. It wasn't their character. It wasn't their IP. But for that to still happen today is just kind of it's just beyond me why Nintendo would have allowed that to happen. But then again, Rare and Nintendo, while they had a good relationship for a long time, it wasn't perfect. I do know that Miyamoto was not exactly kind to the people at Rare. Yeah, it does. Well, that was Yamauchi was in charge at the time. That'd have been Yamauchi. Crazier than a pet coon, Yamauchi. I don't like the way that's going. I'd read a story that Miyamoto had played Donkey Kong Country. It was before Donkey Kong Country had come out here. And, or after, I don't know, it doesn't matter, it's not pertinent to the story. But he had played Donkey Kong Country, and Rare is in the UK, so he's in the UK to meet with Rare. And the developers of Donkey Kong Country, who are very proud of their game, by the way, are having, I guess, lunch or dinner with the reason that they're there, you know, Miyamoto. And Miyamoto took them both to task, over the game. He was like, what the hell? And was basically verbally lambasting them. And all they could do is just sit there and take it, because it's frickin' Miyamoto, you know? Miyamoto's a much better starship captain than he would be an Admiral, Alucard.
Father bless. What do you need?
Miyamoto is a much better starship captain. But he's not a money guy. Not that Iwata was either, but Iwata had the respect of a lot of people, including Miyamoto. Got one fragment, 23 more to get another mythic pull. Yeah, probably. I'd say so. Much different being in charge behind the scenes and being in charge, you know, up front. It's a much different thing. Like I said, he's not a money guy, so. Seasonal ranks now. Look at that. We're almost at 6,000 on Monster Mash. So we're going to finish that out. Maybe not today, but we are going to finish that out. Even though he's not as hands-on as he was. I think the problem that Miyamoto's going to have is that they need him for too much right now. He's already having to independently make sure that the movies are fine. You know, stuff like that. He has to be responsible for all of that. So I Well, it sounds all fine and good, and I'm sure it is. He's being compensated very well. At his age, you know, he can only do so much. And for those who are like, age isn't everything, you're right, it's not everything. But it is something, and it does impact your performance. You know, I'm 50 years old. My mind still thinks I'm 20, and I can still go out and do a lot of the stuff that I used to do when I was 20 years old. And then my body has to tell me, Enigma, no you're not. You can't go out and mow the lawn in 100-degree temperature and you know you can't run a mile in less than in 5 minutes or 5.5 minutes like you used to. You can't do that. I have to be able to, your body is it changes. Your body is a little different. Cannot tell you guys how forward I am to having some bourbon tonight. It's a weekend night. I'll be able to. Not a school night. I was talking with Desi about it last night, and I said, you know what? This is going to be the best streaming month I've ever had. I think I'm going to crack open a bottle of the good stuff. And she said, that sounds like a good idea. So I'm going to crack open a bottle of the good stuff tonight. And I have, what I mean by the good stuff is that the comedian Jim Gaffigan has his own line of bourbon, and a lot of, when he was founding it, I heard him say, you know, a lot of celebrities put their name on something, and they spend so much money paying the celebrity for the endorsement and for the name that they don't really focus on the quality. And when he was making his own bourbon, he didn't want that to happen to him. So he has a very, very expensive but very good line of bourbons called Father Time. And Desi's kind enough to get me a bottle of it whenever he signs every bottle that he sells personally. And it's a damn good bourbon. But it costs like $150 a bottle, so Desi gets me a bottle whenever there's a new run. And I have 2 bottles of it in there that I have not opened yet. But I don't, it's not something that I say I drink like on a Friday night randomly, you know. You get the Father Time? And I am definitely going to be having a glass of that. It is pretty good stuff. Damn it. I was hoping that I would kill him before that. Oh, this is Torment 10, that's why. I was like, why is he not going down faster? And I'm thinking it's because I'm on Torment 10 instead of Torment 9. Yeah, there's going to be a bottle of bourbon open tonight. I was hoping so. That's a unique charm as well, so I want to see what that is.
There is no escape. Your futile struggles only fuel my rage.
Do they? I did win. Another unique charm. Yeah, he probably was. Vincent Price did a lot of stuff like that back in the day.
Let's stay only as long as we need to.
Not surprising. And that was weird. Vincent Price was on Scooby-Doo. He was, he was on Batman. Ooh, we have a...
It is done.
Ah, what a useless. He was in all sorts of stuff. All right, out here. Cultists, Ruptures 2, Harbingers, and then probably Tortured Gifts. Tortured Gifts. Okay, no problem. That's a Harbinger. I wonder how many kids out there that are like Gen Zers know about Vincent Price. I know there are some millennials who do. Older millennials in particular, but I wonder how many Gen Zers are like, oh, Vincent Price, he was the king of horror. Because he was a household name. And probably still is in like people who actually know about horror, but another Harbinger down. And there go cultists. Another set charm. Good gravy. Corey, I probably don't know him. Probably right. As sad as that sounds, you're probably right. They probably don't know. Was Scissorhands' final film? I believe it. Timeline seems right. Guide right before its release. Yeah, I'd say that sounds about right. It just sucks. Vincent Price is a classic. Wait a minute. Where's my... Okay, whatever. We'll close it this way. Vincent Price was a classic. Absolutely was. Seven. We might have to do another one of these, but we've been doing these anyway, so... Although I think we'll probably hit the Harbingers before we get the portal closed. That live action movie. He did animated voices for things. I know there was the movie that he did the voice for that was in development hell for about 40 years, like the Thief and the Cobbler or something like that. He had done the voices, a voice for that like 30 years prior, and the movie spent time in development hell. And am I right about that? Is that it was Thief and the Cobbler or something like that? Basically, an animator had this dream project he wanted to do, and it was really kind of artsy-fartsy, and he had big backer for it, and he had all these big people, big names that wanted to be in it and all that, but he couldn't ever get all the funding together for what he wanted, and it didn't come in till later. Thief and the Cobbler was unfinished. Yeah, but it did come out eventually, didn't it? It's basically Aladdin, if I'm not mistaken. Aladdin is based off of the Thief and the Cobbler, if I'm not mistaken. Something to that effect. Again, I could be wrong. My memory is a little fuzzy on some stuff. Came up, but it's still unfinished. Okay. And say, I do remember that. I have another frickin' Hellborn. I damn sure do. Really? Another one? Jeez. I did not mean for that to happen. It's alright, though. Yeah, if y'all think Food Fight had spent a lot of time in development hell, and it did, check out The Thief and the Cobbler. That was a development hell that was... wow. It amazes me sometimes. I'll sit here and harp on actors' names, but I remember the frickin' Thief and the Cobbler. And, yeah, and Vincent Price was in that. He was the voice of the villain, because it's Vincent Price, and chances are, if you're not casting your Vincent Price as a villain, you're misusing your Vincent Price. Lung cancer. Oh, lung cancer. Got him. Was he a big smoker? Was he a cigar smoker like a lot of guys? Well, of course he was. The time period he came up. Everybody smoked back then. Yeah, believe it or not, folks, there was one point in time where damn near everybody smoked. Smoking was a big... I love watching old movies where they're like in a hospital or something, and then you just see Buddy break out his cigarettes and start smoking in the middle of a hospital. And you can just go, well, that was a different time. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, right there is the orange chest, and I have 1,100 cinders. was bisexual? I didn't know that. Yeah, as long as he's happy. That's all that mattered. Ain't hurting anybody. His daughter's a lesbian. That's not surprising. It's Hollywood. Well, you know, some people will probably make a big deal about that. I won't. As far as I'm concerned, as long as you ain't hurting anybody else, you do you. Doesn't mean I agree with it, but if you're not hurting anybody else or yourself, knock yourself out. But that's the beauty of living in a country like ours, is that you can not agree with the way somebody lives their life, but still support their right to live that way. Yeah, I didn't know that he was bisexual. Doesn't make him any worse of an actor, though. He was a great actor. When I worked for Sam Goody for a year, I remember that one of the reps had come in, and I don't remember who it was, but Elton John was releasing a new CD, and he's like, "Oh, I want that album," and one of the guys who I worked with was like, "You know he's gay, right?" And I said, "I don't give a shit if he's gay. It's Elton John. He's a freaking legend. He's an amazing writer. He's an amazing musician." Yeah, that every time I see stuff like that, it makes me feel really old. Glint of hope. How many of those do we have? Two, and so we're one fragment away from getting another mythic pull. And last time it worked, kind of. Yeah, I don't care if he's bi either. Same thing with Freddie Mercury. Yeah, exactly. Freddie Mercury is amazing, so I don't care. what I'm saying is that it comes down to that. It's if you know someone doesn't live their life the way that you approve of, that's fine. But it's not your life; it's their life. They're the ones that are going to have to deal with the consequences, if there are any. When the appropriate time comes. Don't care if they're bi or gay or whatever. I think the best part about it is when they don't necessarily shove it down your throat. And same thing with Kevin Conroy. But Kevin Conroy was gay. Don't care. Kevin Conroy will forever be Batman to me. I don't care how he spent his private time. Am I gonna have to go pee again? It definitely feels like it. Ooh, get out of there. Shit. Didn't mean to die there.
Need a pod, huh?
Give me a quick second for a little bio break. Yeah, I'm definitely needing to take a quick little bio break. I'll be right back. Snipes just turned 64. Ah, he looked great in Deadpool and Wolverine. Gracious. Okay. Did we get another glint or did we just polish off one and I don't remember. Are they really? I'd love to see in TOS where that is. And it looks like we're hung up. So let's go ahead and close it. Pop it back open. The only opinion I have on, well, I have two opinions on Halo. First of all, where the hell is mine? The second one is, from what I've seen, Cortana. They made Cortana look like a guy. Nope. Okay, I just gotten one out. That's it. Let's look at it. So these are people claiming, or people who actually that they have like the receipts saying that they've been banned? It's Smash JT. Okay. Oh, they're blocking people on X. Okay, well that's not surprising. Not saying I agree with it, but it's not surprising. I thought they were like banning them off of Xbox or something. Yeah, they're blocking people on X. Okay, well, that's not surprising at all. Well, one thing I definitely know is a lot of these game developers and publishers have really shitty community managers, so nothing surprises me when it comes to that stuff. And whining, you know, whining to Asha about it is kind of dumb. Ah, alright. I read that incorrectly. I thought it's like they were going and banning people off of Xbox Live for it. Speaking of which, I should probably hook up my Xbox this weekend and at least make sure it's updated for eventually when I get to play Halo, supposedly. But yeah, community managers tend to be pretty horrible people. Hey, Wild Arms, good to see you. Thank you for coming in, bud. Hope you had a great week. And a great month. Today's the last day of the month, guys, so I hope everyone had a great month. And before I, not that I'm going to forget this, absolutely I'm not going to forget this, but I might forget to say it. I want to thank everybody who helped make this the best streaming month of my streaming career so far on Rumble. Thank you guys so much. Greatly appreciate it, guys. I really do. Hopefully we'll keep that gravy train rolling in the next month, and my desire is that I will be in a position at some point where I don't have to worry about it anymore, that it'll just automatically happen. And I know that's like it is for a lot of people, and I know folks like Yarny and Tomby don't have to usually worry about it, but I do. Yeah, on Torment 10, these guys have some thickness to them, that's for damn sure. You ass hat and a half! Hope your ass grows together, you piece of shit. And now I don't get to kill him. After all that, he's going to disappear like a little bitch. You most certainly were, bud. Absolutely. Thank you so much for it. I'll post a screenshot tonight of what the, or for the most part, what the final view hours were and everything. But I've smashed the view hours goal. And I'm going to have over 200 hours more viewing this month than I had last month. So thank you guys so much for that. Seriously. And all the unique chatters and everyone who came in, thank you guys so much. Frightener's up. Well, I have a Peter Jackson movie from back before Lord of the Rings. I do know Peter Jackson did a lot of horror movies before Lord of the Rings. Very gory ones, from what I have heard, actually. But I didn't know the Frighteners. No, I'm thinking of the People Under the Stairs, right? Michael J. Fox was People Under the Stairs. I wrote the first time? Okay. I don't. There's a lot of stuff I don't remember like that. I'm not a huge horror movie aficionado. I don't like gore. I never really have. I know there's folks out there are. I'm friends with people who are very much into those, but never been my thing. Just now will be tested, Subo? Where the hell have you been? Almost got our next Whisper, or not Whisper Tree cache. Almost got our enough for our next Mythic pull. Now we got enough for our Mythic pull. Wonder. There, my revenge for being a dick-munching asswipe. Let's get rid of all the junk. How close are we now? About 500. So we've done pretty well today on the seasonal stuff. Let's go down here and grab our mythic and see what we get out of it. Don't look now, we're almost at 266. And thank you for following Jack the Grim over on Twitch. Appreciate that. Okay, so let's go ahead and cash this stuff in, and then we'll see what we get from our mythic pull here. I hope we get something with more than one.
Step up to my taken apart. Melted down.
I should probably look at recycling some of those mythic runes too. Another sword. Jeez, and Pete's.
What is a fortress, isn't it? Worthy of the ancients, this.
And then Dariel's Visage. 2-star on that one.
Pity to break another's work.
Yes, you can currently combining the key by converting ancestral unique item along with. It doesn't allow me to transmute. Oh, okay. I see. So if I pull this out, let's try this. That doesn't work? That's weird. Warner Brothers Paramount on a heated race to in which Nightmare on Elm Street remake will be in the closes. Yeah, well, you have to do different things. It can't be a one-for-one just remake of it. You have to do something different with it. And that's definitely something they have not figured out yet. 7 minutes. We can go up there. Damn sure haven't learned a lot. And again, all the remakes and all the reboots and sequels to movies that are 40 freaking years old, it comes down to a lack of creativity by the people that are there now. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but if you're in modern Hollywood and all you have in your quiver is, let's remake this, or let's do a sequel to that, you know, let's do a sequel to Bachelor Party, you know, things like that, and that's all you've got, then sorry, you're not very good at your job. Not surprising, though, quite honestly. Hmm. Ancestral unique item. That's an ancestral unique shield. Oh, can I wonder. When we get after this, I want to go back to our thing and check something out. Because I just realized something. I might have one in the bank. I might not, but we'll see. Check it out. Minute 59. We are doing pretty well here. Like I said, we're getting close. We're 500 or so away. We've made a lot of progress on Monster Mash today. And I hope to get to 266 before we skedaddle. Actually, I should have medicated the dog. I'll wait after we destroy him, and then I will medicate the whisk. Can't believe I didn't realize the time, but I've realized the time now. Here we go. Alright, Torment 10, he is. He's thick. Thought for certain we would have gotten him by now. I guess not. $225, $208. I'm one of the highest levels here. $255. Ooh, almost ate it there. And he just killed everybody, but damn near everybody. Okay.
Thanks.
Well, once again, it's our defense that's keeping us up. Might dizzy him again. Looks like we're about to, before his health goes out. Wow, he is thick on this difficulty. There we go.
Well done.
Okay, give me 1 second, guys, to medicate the dog. It is time for him to get his meds. So I'll be back in just a second. So no one go anywhere. Just going to medicate him real quick, and I'll be right back. You want a treat? Come on, let's get a treat. Treat time for the wits. How are you feeling, huh? You want to go back in your bed, or you want to go up here? Go back in your bed? Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we think, I think Whiskey might have pulled a muscle or something in one of his legs. He has not been his normal rambunctious self the last 2 days or so. So we have him on meds. Hopefully. Let's get rid of what we have in here. Now I want to look at that. Okay, let's try that. It's just a unique sword. It's not ancestral unique. Never mind. Okay. Never mind. Out here. 5 of those. We can do that. Oh, since this one's open. There's one. Okay. That was fast.
The wilderness is my home. This will do.
It is done.
Win favor, my friend.
Okay, we got more. Okay. We don't need it, but it is worth glints, so. Okay, here's our second portal. Right, I don't want. I still need to level up to 266 today. So those experience orbs are going to help. How'd I get stuck up there? Okay. Knocking the cultists down a little bit. We're over halfway there on cultists. And, ooh, boy, I almost ate it there. There's another Harbinger. Does someone have a Hellborn coming? That's what it kind of looks like, and it's not me. Two down on the Ruptures. Now it's my Hellborn is coming, so let's get some Harbingers down and see. I want to say those weren't Harbingers. These are though, and I got my Harbingers done. Good. I think we got a Glint of Hope cache for doing that. Or we should be somewhat close. This will be our third one dropped. Get as mad as they want. These guys do count, so might as well take them out. Alright, there's one right there. Let's go. There's a lot of junk around here, but that's okay. And this should be number 4. We're halfway to our next glint of hope. Looks like we could level up, because we are doing really well as far as keeping the bad guys at bay here. There's 4 ruptures closed. We've got Shock Lance. Is that our last one? This could be our last one. All right. Our last rupture close. Those will get us 5 Grim Favors for this Helltide. Halfway there as far as mastery goes. We're okay for Torment 10. They just get real. The bosses get really nasty at this. We hit mastery. That's good. I'm actually surprised we've gotten 500 kills. That's kind of crazy on Torment 10, but hey, I'm sure there's people that saying I should have probably twice or 3 times that amount. I don't know. Ah.
Ah, a warrior. How may I serve?
You can take all that.
Fight hard, eh?
Hey!
Make the devils pay.
I'm positive we don't have enough for another mythic, but let's just go look. Got one, and that'll give us one fragment. We would need 3 more fragments to get another mythic pull. And we almost have a second, so
There's that.
we're doing all right. Got a Harbinger out. Okay. Still looking for our level 266. It looks like we are going to make that. I hope we do. That'll put us 34 levels away from the level cap. Got another one here. If this doesn't level us, we'll be very close. Have that coming, another Hellborn. About to get our next glint of hope. Yep, we got it. There's 2 glints of hope. Another unique charm drop. I want to see how many Subo rewards we have, considering we haven't really done anything today with his rewards. He probably has like 4 dozen. Boy, these Hellborns on Torment 10 are thick. Now he's got a shield up? Come on, dude. So close to a level. Demonic rats are thick too. This should hopefully level us. We're at that point where I mean, we're like a gnat's nut hair away. Another freaking section. Okay. Getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. There's our level up. I knew we were there. We were so close. might have time to go get another mythic pull if we consolidate what we're doing here. Ooh. Whoa! That was crazy go nuts. We're a third of the way to our third. Is that charm? Can't tell which one I'm supposed to be killing stuff for or not. Doesn't matter. We did get mastery for for one of them, so for the event, so I'm not really worried. Wasn't worried to begin with. Now, did we get another one? Okay. Oh, we got a frickin' Realm Walker? Oh, shit. We got the Realm Walker. Oh, you assholes. shit that was.
What is a fate, isn't it? Back to it then.
I think that's going to give us, this will give us 2. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, it'll give us 2 fragments, which will put us halfway to another mythic. Get rid of all that shit. So 34 levels away from the level cap today. That's not too bad.
You know where to find me.
Rift up there. Just trying to get all the stuff together we can for another mythic. Not to mention when the stuff we're getting to get the glints of hope also are feeding our seasonal. So that seasonal monster mash thing is getting some legs because of us doing this. Yeah, these guys are something else. There we are. We're almost at our third glint of hope here. Hoping we see some resets with some of the portals, because I could use another couple of them. I don't know if we're going to get our mythic pull or not. Definitely get our third cache, but anything more than that, I don't know. It's funny how this game has. I can remember when this game, when the first one came out, and how revolutionary it was. Just the idea of you starting a character and every time you played, the dungeon layout was completely different. Now, granted, it's not like that a lot as much in this. Now, the dungeons are randomized in Diablo 4, but you could start a character in Diablo 1, and every inch of that game outside of the town, there was only one town, Tristram, but everything else you did was set to randomization. So you would, it's technically a different game every time you started it. There is what I was looking for right up there. Another one of these. I got a bot, damn it. Okay, we got our third glint of hope. So it is possible that we can get our fourth, but we'll see. We're going to get another Hellborn. Having this guy helping is actually very helpful when keeping this open. I can only keep them open so long myself. Yeah, we're almost halfway to our next one, so if we keep this open a little bit longer, we might be alright to get our mythic pull. kind of knew that was coming, but that's okay. My Hellborn. We're over halfway. I might not get this one. Too many assholes. Working on it, working on it. Golly. Barely. Ooh, Echo of Arshawn, that's a lair boss. Not a Helltide commander. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to get our mythic pull today. Our last one. We'll do it on Monday. Yeah, let's see. You never can tell. Hi, Whisk. How you feeling, buddy? You want to come up here? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Whiskey. No, you don't want to? He's waiting for his to go outside. Come on. Come on. Can you do it? You don't want to do it. His back legs are really bothering him. Don't worry, Wes. It'll be a few minutes. I got you. He wants to jump, but he's afraid to. Yeah, I know, bud. Poor guy. Poor little guy. Yeah, we almost got it. You guys are assholes. Okay, now we're good. Okay. First things first. Let's go over here. I got you, Whisk. Don't worry. See who's out there. Okay. Let's grab our last cache of the day. Oh. That's right. Gotta ban that guy. Pardon me. Oh, man.
You can still use these.
Okay, let's go ahead and pop this. So we're going to go ahead and shove off, guys. I'm going to raid out on Rumble.
Can break that down.
We'll be back on Monday morning, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to pick up right here where we're leaving off. Diablo 4, more than likely. Seeing how much farther we can push towards the level cap. So do me a favor, follow me, Twitch, Twitter, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble. Subscription on YouTube would be great as well. It's all free. I'm not asking to spend any money. I'm just asking for the opportunity to get bigger and better. How close are we on that? Yeah, we're like 250 away. We'll get that on Monday as well. We're almost done with Monster Mash, which will leave Mephisto is the only thing we've not done on rank 8. So then rank 9 will be all that's left if we can beat Mephisto. So hang around. Make for Darmak. Make sure you say hi to him and give him some view hours here at the end of the month. I'll see you guys. Why does it say did it say I can't do it? Must wait 20 minutes between raids. Oh, there we are. All right, guys. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Thank you, guys, or Monday. Thank you so much for being here.